All right. Mic check, cam check. What up, y'all? So, yeah, campfire and stuff. That's all I got, really. I don't even have an intro. You said it's echoing for you. Is it echoing for anyone else? Before I go check some settings and things. Let me. You said you're hearing it twice. Let me see. Okay, I don't hear it here. Don't hear it here. Okay, you literally pay. Okay, cool. All right, I'll just cool. Let me pull this out so I can already have the channel up there. I might actually do like maybe 1 or 2 nightmare dungeons before the actual stream actually pops up. So I'm good. All right. So I got a question for y'all. Well, I'm not saying another question. I think I mentioned it or I talked about it briefly at one point. But in all seriousness, since Christmas break is coming, and I'll have a little bit more time during the daytime, I'm probably going to end up doing probably a bit more door dashing during the afternoons. I'm currently in the process of kind of trying to figure out a setup to be able to possibly like stream during the daytime as well. Not Diablo, obviously. Won't be able to play Diablo on the road while driving, doing orders and stuff like that, but maybe in real live stream me just, DoorDash adventures or whatever during the winter time. So that is a serious thought. Now, I won't be able to do YouTube and Twitch at the same time. It'll be more so of a Twitch only thing for the afternoon. But you guys will hear the same tunes that you hear here. And you kind of just get to, I guess, chill with me for like, 3.5, 4 hours in the afternoon time. Is that something that you guys would be even remotely interested in? Obviously, the afternoon is hard because there's a lot of your favorite creators that also stream in the afternoon, right? Like some of your big names obviously stream during that time frame. But would it be something that you guys would like stop by, for like a little while and like say hi or something too? Because it does require quite a bit to actually like set that up and like make that work. So it's not an easy, just go live and then you're good. Let's pull up the game real quick. Is it build? Not even doing anything yet, sir. Not yet. Morning. It's 4 a.m. here in Japan, but wanted to watch the campfire chat with you. Oh, well, thanks. Oh, that's you. That's from YouTube, right? Yeah. DJ Kami too. Is Heartseeker good now? Heartseeker is in a better place. I don't think it was ever bad. Just that there's just obviously better rogue builds, but Heartseeker gets the job done. I'll put it that way. I guess I can waste a potion. That's fine. All these are bad. It doesn't matter which one I pick. You had a question, but you missed it because you got up. Oh no, I was talking about like doing like in real life DoorDash and streams during the afternoon for Christmas break, since Christmas break is about to hit. So I have more time in the afternoons. Obviously, with a lot of people, you know, streaming in the afternoon, like more so the big names streaming in the afternoon. I won't see as many of you guys, obviously. But I'm just curious if it'd be something that you guys would like want to like stop by for. Regardless, I think I might just like give it a try anyways. Oh, whoops. I swapped out the... no wonder. I was like, why am I taking so slow? I swapped out the Umber Crux. Whoops. I hang for the body doublings, whatever combination. And literally operating as an adult. Fair. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember you. Yeah, Kevin, you too would love to have afternoon stream, but sadly I have to work during the day. Yeah, I say I'm just kind of curious because there is a little like investment sort of to start that up. So it's not like a, you know, I just do it and then everything just happens and works out just fine, right? Like there's, you know, a slight investment cost. So I'm just kind of wondering if it would be, I don't want to say worth the investment cost, but like more of a, you know, will I have people to talk to? I guess it's probably the biggest thing. It's not even really about the money, but more so the fact that like if I'm gonna do that, you know, am I gonna be able to interact with people? Will people be here to interact with? Obviously, I'm not looking to, you know, that won't grow the stream by any means, but oh, really? I don't know why I didn't just go through the teleport thing. I guess I don't really have a knockdown, do I? I wonder if I can kind of build this to also have a knockdown in some way. Well, I guess Verana's she has a knockdown. But you can do a poll on Discord. It's not really about the content, really, just the chill vibe the community gives. Well, like I said, I mean, I'll be playing all the chillest tunes still, and whatnot. But it'll be more of like a, you know, in real life, talking about a little bit of everything. Probably the DoorDash adventures herself and the frustrations and maybe some good orders or whatever. And obviously D4. I mean, that's still part of it. Which build am I playing? Heartseeker. Yeah, but I'm about to switch to the live stream in a second because it's like 11 minutes before it actually starts. But they do like an intro or whatever like that. I just figure I'd do one Nightmare Dungeon while I wait for it. So do exclamation mark builds with the S and go to the one that says Heartseeker. Sorry. I haven't updated the build link because I'm changing builds all the time. You just switch to hear the tunes. Yeah, so like for like that particular type stream, I wouldn't be able to do both YouTube and Twitch because, you know, I'll be streaming from the phone. So I don't think I can do a dual stream like that via cell phone, if that makes sense. So in the afternoon, it'll have to be like Twitch only. Now I'll still do my night times. Don't get me wrong. Like that still will happen. Like it's not replacing nighttime stuff at all. It's just more so of there'll be an additional stream during the daytime that doesn't necessarily involve Diablo 4 gameplay. So. Okay. All right. Let's check out the live chat now. All right. Have they started yet? Or they got the thing up. Cool. Let's go to full screen capture. Okay. Also got to make sure that I hold on, YouTube. I know you can't hear it yet. I got to change the settings for you guys.
We knew that we
okay,
needed
so now YouTube, you should be able to hear
look to tie it all together. This hatred has one source, and it's all about Mephisto. For the Hollow specifically, we identified that we wanted to do some special work with the materials, with the shaders for those characters. Shaders are the code
15
that
cameras in the
runs
laptop
on the
later.
GPU that takes in all sorts of inputs like
Probably
textures and lighting and position, and outputs what the object's surface is supposed to look like. We wanted a shader.
You get like different light sources everywhere too as well to make sure I'm like well lit.
Over top of it, and making it dynamic and animated.
Now I have to find some way to get a green screen in there, so therefore I can like,
once we had
you know,
shader
do like a different 3D background.
Apply that in all these different contexts, like the monsters, like the environment, the character armors even. Most of the shader work was done by Alex, who really took that shader function and made it work in all sorts of different contexts. And we also have the hatred add-ons to these characters, these tentacles, these writhing hatred growths all over them.
Yo, Thomas, what's up, man? I haven't seen you in a bit, man. Where you been?
Largely run by Sky on our team.
Obviously, probably not playing the game, but like, I haven't seen you around
kind of born
a bit.
This idea of what does a pinnacle Hollows really look like? We have the Hollows family, and that was pretty well defined by the time that the Hollows boss kind of came up for concepting.
Our artist Victor had a lot of cool ideas for horror themes and really wanting to push visuals with contortions and like breaking the neck of this monster all over the place.
That's where we had the option to go, like, can we push it and really get that idea of what hatred and the Hollows are all about?
This inky black acre that latched on to a once powerful spellcaster. It was such a great source of power that this particular Hollows monster turned into the Priestess of Hatred.
I'm Victor Lee, a principal concept artist on the Diablo team.
Victor Lee.
And I concepted the Priestess of Hatred.
Victor Lee is one of the OGs from Diablo, and he's
Victor Lee looks more like a
dark imagery, and
kind of like your movie Kung Fu Masters.
He's done all the greats, even Diablo.
He just kind of missing the gi.
One of his monitors on the side of his desk is just like a dark black eye staring at him. And so when we needed something that's pure darkness, like
Machine was
had
up.
to tap Vic.
He is the first spirit. Yes, he looked. Yeah, he looks. Yeah.
As like a black webby like thing. So I thought
he just had to put on a disguise with the glasses. That's all.
Would work for this. So I did a few.
So no one will find out that he's actually really truly a Kung Fu master.
Souls,
right?
Human souls.
You know how Superman puts on the glasses and he's all of a sudden like, you know,
because this creature consumes humans. I have this nagging feeling for a long time that
Was that Clark Kent?
why I felt it's not working, no matter how interesting the design is, I'm not pushing the boundaries. So I basically
He was the original monk from D3.
rethought the whole thing. A lot of our creatures are just like raw aggression. This is
Every Asian can do.
muscly and just
No.
brutal.
You know what I mean though. Like it's just like the
the human figure.
the features. Like the features is kind of what you would
But it's
see in
that
like, you know, like an
hatred
action,
is actually
live action or like action kung fu movie
mocking
per se. Not
humanity.
saying that he can do kung fu,
It's like
but like one of those kung
dragging
fu
a puppet
movie
around.
masters.
So what I did
You know what I'm saying?
is I kept the human figure as a focal point, but the rest of the creature
See,
is
focal
this
point. Told
moving
you,
mass
kung fu,
of
right there,
basically a ball of hatred.
confirmed.
It broke a lot
Ball of
rules,
hatred. See, ball of, you know, like
but
massive ball
I
of
felt- I
energy,
just
ball of
felt like
hatred.
this
Kung fu. See,
just fits. So I went ahead with it and rendered it out.
I mean, I didn't say it. He did.
I was looking at the concept for the first time with the designer on the feature, Charles, and we were kind of in this stunned silence for a little bit because it was this reaction of, this thing is so cool. And then we started thinking, how are we even going to make this thing move?
Typically, our monsters are bipedal or they're quadrupeds. How's it gonna move? We can't rely on walk cycles anymore. How's it gonna rotate? We can't rely on, the built-in rotation stuff without looking weird as hell. It was clear that in order to make this like animate. and
Sorry,
look natural, we
machine
were
said
gonna have to
it's awful
pretty much
trying to
dive
look for a
into
job right now.
uncharted
I'm like,
territory.
no, I don't want.
We wanted it to move in a very
Seasonal
unique
one?
way. We wanted it to somersault through the air and be super unpredictable and zippy, and just have like ridiculous animations as those tentacles are flying all over the place.
We had that narrative and kind of drive to make it formless, and with our conventional rigging that we can do that.
We were doing prototyping before the feature even kicked off. Like, we were already meeting
Equal.
with animation and tech art to say, hey, we have this thing, we think it's really cool, but we need help figuring this out. So we had a lot of early collaboration, which was really what set us up for success.
When the animator came back with it, going from post to post rather than your normal animations, I was like, yes, that's it. That's what hatred should feel like.
When you first find the Priestess of Hatred, it's going to look like a lifeless human corpse. And you're like, doesn't look like a boss fight. I'm in a boss arena, what's going on? But as you approach, you see that the body gets pulled into a giant pool of hatred, and then out of that pool of hatred comes this giant mass of tentacles. And that is the boss. So after animation, it gets to come to me, and I get to do all of the really cool visual effects at the end, show what those tentacles are doing when they impact the ground, when they slap something, when they hit the player.
I would say like that boss is actually really
Entire
cool,
thing together.
really well designed. Too bad we don't really get to
Vomit
fight
attack
that
is
often,
really
obviously,
gross
in like the
because
normal
there's
farming.
like this part of the torso of the humanoid that has been kind of hollowed out and now has teeth. The tentacles come out from the mass and they
You
grab
remember fighting this boss?
the humanoid and kind of pull the body back so that the slit in the belly opens up and all of the hatred just pours out in a straight beam. It's pretty gross.
The Hollows are just such a unique family. From the moment they spawn in on your screen, you can tell that they are different. They have just such unique behaviors and animations.
We were able to execute on a vision.
Especially if
that's
you were
really
Spiritborn, you probably don't even like remember the fight because we never really got off the ground before you one-shotted him
our whole team.
Everyone just got it.
during the
They
campaign.
understood what the monster was, they got the vision, and it just worked.
The eye on the screen has many functions. It keeps me in the right frame of mind.
Right
what
frame of
we're
mind,
doing
Kung Fu
is
tells you.
dark. It should be horrifying. I should feel the fear while I'm doing it. It's a reminder of that. The eye also serves as a warning. Like, get moving. Don't dwell too long and wander around, Get this thing moving. Get the work done.
This guy listens to the Kung Fu man. I told you. That's what I'm saying. The tropes are all there. Must focus. Don't dwell on it. Just move.
Hello, Diablo
Gotta move,
community.
flow
Welcome
like
to another
water.
Diablo 4 Campfire Chat. We end with a creepy eyeball we were just talking about. This one is our patch 2.1 PTR Campfire Chat. I know we were just here last week when we
I'd play him
talked
as a
about the
character.
mid-season update, but this one is kind of like the big one because we're going to be talking about everything coming with patch 2.1 and Season 7. I am joined here by Mr. Colin Feiner, Mr. Charles Dunn, who have appeared on prior Campfire Chats. We were going to have Adam Jackson. He is unfortunately not feeling very well, so we hope he gets better soon. And we do also have another guest here who is live from Albany, Blizzard Albany, and that is Mr. Dan Tangway, who's going to be talking a little bit as well about what's coming up for patch 2.1. And he's showing off his red Diablo 4 jacket. We have our new black Diablo 4 jackets as well. Look at this.
Like burgundy, but all right.
Models. How are you, Dan? Hopefully you're good. And
PoE2 rating room.
Not sure if he can hear me.
Oh, no.
But either way, a few things that we do want to talk about before we actually do jump into everything. Obviously, PTR is coming up soon. We are doing this stream a little early this time, mainly because the Thanksgiving holiday is coming up here in the US. And so we are going to be talking about some of the contents before even the patch notes are ready. We do plan on having a blog immediately after this stream, so players can actually check out the blog and read a little bit more about what we talked about today. But the patch notes will be available next Wednesday for players to actually check out. So it'll be before the US holiday here, so everyone can kind of dive deep into the patch notes for PTR. PTR is currently planned to start on December 3rd, so that will be after the US holidays here for Thanksgiving. So there's a ton of stuff that is coming up for players to kind of jump into. But
wait, so PTR is the
what
3rd
we want to do is
December?
really just dive straight deep into all the new stuff that we do want to talk about. So for
Probably smart,
the
actually.
first thing we do want to chat about is just Season 7 and what that's going to be. So we're actually going to jump over to Mr. Dan Tangway in Albany to kind of walk us through. So Dan, do you want to take over?
The 3rd is a Sunday. Oh,
Oh, no.
Dan can't currently
Thursday, Tuesday.
hear.
All right. What happened?
So I don't know what happened. I mean, maybe
the same day as the
Don's
McRib
satellite's
return.
working or something like that. So instead, I guess we'll just start with classes.
Why do you
first.
know that?
Mr. Charles Dunn, do you want to talk about class changes that are coming with Season 7? I know we talked a little bit about this last week with Adam Jackson. Just a reminder, Spiritborn, expect that to be addressed for Season 7, and we will actually be talking a little bit about that now. So, Charles.
Yeah,
Take us through it.
absolutely. I love to talk about
The
some of
judgment.
the changes coming to all the different classes in Diablo 4, as well as some broader, more systemic updates that are happening that kind of affect all classes equally in a way. Yeah, so like I said, just going through
What's Delta Force?
individual class by class, seeing some of the
heard
new stuff that's
very
coming
little
for
about
a lot of classes. Let's start with the Barbarian, I believe is the first one up. Yeah, so Barbarian is definitely a class that we think a lot of the classes have been performing
They're going through this pretty quick.
pretty well across the board. They're,
getting right
always
into
a
it.
step under the Spiritborn, but Barbarian maybe
Always a step under
and
the
a half,
Spiritborn.
below,
Seriously.
and so we're looking at a lot of buffs across the board
Seriously?
for them here.
A step?
Specifically looking at some stuff with Hammer of the Ancients, buffing that number up here. A little bit of a rework to the Walking Arsenal passive. Previously, it was the bonus was just 8%. Now we're going to be giving you a bigger bonus, and when you have all of them active, you're going to get more attack speed and some bonus crowd control duration, which we think really plays into that that kind of build. Additionally, we're also updating Earthquakes. That has been one of my favorite builds on Barbarian, right? Just seeing those big earthquakes come out everywhere.
Leafquake is the best.
Leafquake, oh, I absolutely love it. The visuals on that is just top notch. So we're really, we took some lessons from what we did on Rogues in the past with their stun grenades power, where a lot of the legendaries that talk to stun grenades also had kind of this extra bit where it increased the damage of all of your stun grenades, so that you kind of got these synergistic builds with the various aspects all together. And we're extending that over to Earthquakes now here. So we're adding on basically, hey, all these ones that talk to Earthquakes, just they increase the damage of all of them overall.
Yeah, it's a little bit less finicky too, right? Because now it lasts after the earthquake expires, or if you leave it.
Okay.
Absolutely. So we think this would just be a much more comprehensive build overall. We've also got a new legendary that talks directly to earthquakes as well. Ups their damage and increases their fire, or turns it into fire damage. And I think this is really cool. And we're going to see some more stuff as you actually get onto the PTR. But I think Earthquakes and Hammer of the Ancients might be a build that you're going to be very interested in combining those two with some of the stuff that you will see come PTR.
Combining those two?
All right, let's move on to the Sorceress. Sorceress, one of the key notes that we've noticed with Sorceress over the whole lifespan of Diablo as Diablo 4 is that players often felt like they were pigeonholed into burning builds in particular. Firebolt enchantment is probably the most used enchantment by far, because it was just kind of a free way to apply a very small amount of burning to enemies, but that was what you needed to turn on a lot of the passives in their skill tree. And you know that was a powerful build, powerful interactions, but we felt like that was making everything a little too homogeneous.
I didn't even know
you felt
that,
like you had to do this
in
order to access a lot of these passives. And so we decided that we really want these burning synergies to really be benefiting builds that are dedicated to burning type builds, and not just ones who are splashing it in with Firebolt enchantment. And so with that in mind, we did a rework on the enchantment to increase the, or remove the burning damage from the enchantment and change it over to this, which has a healing component to it. And then we also updated a lot of those burning passives to really play better in the dedicated fire-based builds, rather than being something that you just want to splash into everything.
Yeah, hopefully there's a lot more build variety.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is one of the main driving goals of a lot of our updates is increasing that build variety, so you don't feel like you have to take this checklist of mandatory things before moving on to what you actually want for your build. So an example here on Devouring Blaze, you've got bonus. Previously, it was bonus critical strike damage against burning enemies, no matter how much they're burning for. So you just apply that little bit of burning, and you would get this. Now instead, you get a bigger bonus, but it's just for your pyromancy critical strike skills. So it really encourages, hey, you're a fireball build, you're a meteor build, something that wants to do those big fire crits.
Okay, but you got to show like
even more valuable for those builds.
Now it seems like you're kind of taking away.
It's not something that you necessarily need to or feel compelled to splash in other builds.
You know, what are you doing above like the sources?
All right, on to the next one. We also did some updates for Ball Lightning. So Ball Lightning, the previous upgrades, like kind of these Mage's Ball Lightning and Wizard's Ball Lightning, were about stunning enemies or spawning some correcting energy with admittedly some kind of complex conditions. You had to jump through a lot of hoops to get these. One of the things we really like to do with a lot of these updates is simplify them down and streamline and really focus in on what the interesting factor is.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit more modular too, right? So there's more builds, the less sort of focused that initial step is on that skill.
Absolutely. So we've got the Mage's Ball Lightning here that now is just increasing its damage against stun enemies. It's really that payoff for a lot of the lightning stun effects. And then Wizard's Ball Lightning is just always going to be generating more cracked energy, just more consistent generation there. All right, on to the next one. We've got some of the new uniques that we want to show off here on the Sork, talking about Ball Lightning. So this is actually something interesting we're doing this season, where we're making two uniques that are in the same slot. And they're going to modify the skill in a different way. So they will be mutually exclusive. So you can take either this one here, which turns Ball Lightning into a kind of like a bowling ball, really. You send it forward, it goes pretty fast, and when it hits a target, it's going to explode and kind of splash outward. And I think this is really cool. It offers a switched up play style, so the way you're familiar with Ball Lightning, which was kind of slow moving forward, or if you pick the other unique, you can actually retain the old gravitational aspect. So we can go on and take a look at that one here in the next clip. Right, so a lot of the Ball Lightning builds in the past were using the gravitational aspect that caused it to rotate around you, and we've updated that and kind of reworked the gravitational aspect so that now that functionality is built into this new unique and also has some additional bonuses. To encourage this kind of play style. And obviously the gravitational aspect that used to do this has been reworked into a new cool effect that you'll be able to demo out on the PTR as well.
It's like a fun trade-off now, and sort of
Yeah.
how you want to use Ball Lightning.
Yeah, it really helps it be a bit more build defining, which is our goal for a lot of the uniques is hey, you get this unique and it feels like it's very foundational to your build. One thing I do want to call out here is the inherent affix on this, right up near the top, that Ball Lightning can be cast while moving. This makes it a lot smoother to just be moving around and just keep on clicking that Ball Lightning, and you're not going to have to like stop like that, very short half-second stop.
That's a mechanical
to cast
change.
It just
I
feels
like-
much
I like
smoother,
good mechanical
And this
changes.
is one that you really, this build is just wants to be on the move,
Right.
and that encourages that. All right, so let's talk about the Druid next. So this one, Druid is this season a lot of werewolf updates. Season of the Werewolf. I absolutely love werewolf builds, and I think
Kind of
they've
cringe.
been,
Don't say that.
maybe a little bit behind the rest of builds over the course of Diablo's history. And so this season, a lot of our updates are really focused on building, making that build come up to par.
Yeah, like pure werewolf, right? Not
Pure
like
werewolf.
mixing it with
I like
other
werewolf too as well.
A lot of times you saw some like rapid shape-shifting builds, and those are fun. Those are great, but pure werewolf wasn't quite hitting the mark, and so that's what a lot of our focus is. Let's take a look at some of these updates. So we've got updates to Shred, the main core skill for these werewolf builds. Previously, the Raging Shred upgrade was just a combo attack that applied some poisoning damage. So now it's going to still do that and apply a lot more poisoning damage, but it's also going to cause them to take even more poisoning damage for the next 5 seconds. So this is, your kind of finishing move on your combo or your core
decent
combo.
buff.
But then it also enhances all of the other poisoning damage that you've applied through something like Rabies. All right, we've got updates to Boulder. Now this isn't necessarily with the werewolf theme, but still Boulder is a skill that we saw a good opportunity to improve on it. We had 2 upgrades on Boulder in the past, the 2 choices, and they were both fairly similar. They both dealt with critical strike chance or critical strike damage, and we thought that was an opportunity to rework one of them to give it a different identity. And basically
give
the
Boulder
enemy was
poison?
Poison Boulder, like just a giant ball of poison.
Yeah.
What does that look like, or what does that do?
Changing the damage type always helps sort of branch out and make it feel really different.
Yeah, and we got some really sweet visuals for it too. I'm not sure if we have a video on that. I think we'll just have to rely on that in the PTR.
Yeah. People will see it on the PTR, but yeah, it's got some cool visuals associated with it.
Yeah, and so that one will be very cool. Definitely
Just
check
have
that
to
one
pair
out.
with
I'm
it
very excited about
right now.
because Bloodhowl, as we see, has always just generated spirit, but now.
Yeah, it was always just generating some spirit, but you still do that, but now it gives you even more increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. So going back to what Colin mentioned about really focusing in on pure werewolf, that was an area that we felt, hey, we want to really reward you for staying in the werewolf form and really
like the
committing
werewolf
to
stuff in
that
Druid.
identity and just making sure that felt
Be
like an appropriate
interested
payoff,
in
and this is one of
that
the
a
areas that
lot.
we're doing that in. All right, so let's talk a little bit about one of the updated legendaries. So the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So this previously was a legendary that just caused your Shred to do some bonus damage to poison enemies. It was fine, but it wasn't too enticing.
I like that,
But now with the new update here, you actually still do more damage just all the time. And depending on how far you're traveling for Shred, you're going to do some bonus hits. And it looks so cool.
That does look really cool, I'm not
werewolf
gonna lie.
is dashing across the screen and then just doing this like multi-hit kind of attack.
The knight
And
falls
so
off the
if you're
side of
really
the.
close, you're just going to
Look
get
at
maybe
look at the
one
red doll
additional
effect.
strike, but if you're at
He
this
falls
further
off the
distance, as you
thing.
see in this clip, you're going to get the full 4 hits. So it's really
That
about
is pretty awesome.
positional gameplay a bit more than it was in the past, and you get very heavily rewarded for it when you do
Auto
kind
attack
of
was up, man.
execute that properly.
That's awesome.
And it's gonna be really great for movement, just moving around
Absolutely.
across the map, which I know movement is always a big thing that players really, really want. People have always been
That's
asking
gonna be
for,
cool.
So it'd be cool to see people
wanna
kinda,
actually play
bouncing
that.
around as a druid with the aspect of the Blurred Beast. So very cool.
Yeah.
It's always great when we can inject changing how you play also, right? Because you can imagine launching into a group of enemies, then picking out specific
cool,
targets that
actually.
you really want to launch to.
Hurricane
That's how you
over
optimize
the
that build.
Yeah.
over the wolves.
Absolutely. This is one of my favorite ones in this patch, actually. Big fan of a lot of these Druid updates. Aspect of Wolf's Reign. So this is a combo kind of legendary, combining the powers of Hurricane and your Wolf companions. So when you cast Hurricane, all of your wolves actually spawn a little mini Hurricane of their own. And these will do bonus damage for each of your active wolves. So it really encourages.
That is kinda
these
cool. I don't even like
companion-based
minions, but that's
builds
kinda
that
cool.
already have this wolf pack of 5 wolves following them around. Now your hurricane affects all of them, and they get bonus damage for how many you got. So you really want to be stacking up as many wolves as
They
you
just
can.
finished Sword,
They all get hurricanes,
Kevin.
and you just get to shred through the whole screen with that.
There's mostly ball lightning stuff.
All right, moving on to Rogue. So this is one
Shadow
that,
Clone update, okay.
Shadow Clone has been probably the Rogue skill that I would say it maybe wasn't quite hitting the mark compared to most other skills.
Wasn't quite hitting the mark.
And that was for a variety of reasons. And not to get too technical here on the details, but
And now
for a
attribute all
lot
the
of
damage to
effects
the
that
player.
that you have with
They
your
can trigger lucky
legendaries
hit
and your
effects?
passives and those kind of things. Historically, Shadow Clone behaved inconsistently with those. It wouldn't necessarily pick up all of the bonuses.
So
it
victimize
wouldn't
now?
Trigger all
Victimize
of the
Shadow
effects.
Clone?
And the end result was basically that your Shadow Clone dealt a whole lot less damage than you did. You thought, hey, I'm hitting for millions, and my Shadow Clone's hitting for like thousands. Right?
That's
And so we really looked at that comprehensively
This is cool
and thought,
so
okay,
far.
we need to kind of rethink
you got
how
my
Shadow
attention.
Clone works across the board to really bring it up to par, to make it behave the way you expect, and then also extend that to a lot of the other summons in the game. The summons like your Necromancer skeletons, your Druid companions, and so on. So we did basically a rework of that entire system.
Thank God.
The long and short of it is that they should just work a whole lot better going forward in this season, where they're going to trigger
You're doing a
all
lot
of
of
your
Shadow
lucky
Clone
hit
builds
effects.
now.
They're going to interact with all of your damage modifiers and multipliers that they previously were inconsistently working.
Better get more than one
So just
slide this time.
example
We'll
here, a very
see.
simple example. You've got Wind Striker's aspect. This is a very simple legendary that just says, hey, when you critically strike, gain some movement speed. Now, in the past, that was only when your player character, critically struck with one of your skills. And it would not happen whenever one of your Druid companions or your Shadow Clone critically strikes. But now all of
they can
that
park their own
won't
Andy's
work.
Poison,
So
that might
your
unlock it.
Companions or your
It's a good
summons
point,
or
actually,
your Shadow
yeah.
Clone critically strikes, and you have Wind Strikers. Now your
They should be able to
character gets
because
that bonus.
they have
So-
lucky hit now. So yeah, they should be able to
it's-
proc
I really
Andy's.
can't overstate this, like how many new interactions and synergies this unlocks with not just Shadow Clone, but all of the summons in general across the game.
But
But
big
with Shadow
big
Clone in
buff to
particular,
victimize.
We've got a new unique item, and this one is Assassin's Stride. And the effect here works with mobility skills and your shadow
Always in
imbuement.
Shadow Beam.
Once again, kind of playing up that combo aspect. So all of your mobility skills are going
That's
to
up to
always be
18 since
shadow
instantly
imbued
triggers.
with some bonus potency. So they're going to do some more damage. And whenever you damage an elite or boss with a mobility skill, there's a chance to trigger an instant free shadow imbuement explosion. So those of you who like playing Shadow Step builds, one of my favorite ones with Rogue, just like Adam had said before about jumping around the screen with werewolves, you can do that with Shadow Step now too. And you're just going to be getting a lot of those resets and kills much quicker as you leap out of the shadows, trigger a shadow imbuement explosion, and then move on to the next pack
Okay.
of enemies.
That's actually
Really
kind of a cool boot.
unique for that kind of build. Additionally,
Yes!
Caltrops,
Yes!
maybe the skill that was the
A
most
W.
kind of clunky on control-wise. to
Oh
use.
my God! Finally.
Seriously.
How
If you've
long?
ever tried to use Caltrops, it can be a struggle sometimes where your
They
character would
finally
leap
did it.
backwards and you wouldn't go in the right direction.
Only took a
wouldn't
year
hit
and a
the
half.
enemies. We've updated the animation here
Oh
to
my
just
God.
basically be very similar to the smoke grenade skill, where you just pick a point on the screen, your character throws it, and it just goes where you point it.
Oh.
I am the king of like caltropping one minion out of like 100 and then also falling, like jumping back
Thank
into like
you.
the
Man,
giant
that
lava.
is-
Well, I
that
didn't
is
calculate
big.
that correctly.
Yeah.
So
That's huge.
That update, we were
Don't
talking
cry.
about this
I'm about to
beforehand,
cry, man.
before we even went live, and I was like, thank effing God.
I want to
was
thank
like, oh
I want to thank
God,
my mom
please.
for this
So,
moment.
Yeah.
I'm
She always
excited for
believed
that.
in me when I
Caltrops
kept
could be
giving
so much
feedback.
more usable now, and we think that this is a really good change going forward. All right, on to the Necromancer. So Necromancer, we've done some improved itemization and updates to the Overpower synergies, specifically the Rathma's Vigor key passive. So previously, it would just give you some
New Overpower
an Overpower
synergies.
once every 12 seconds, and or when you overhealed for some bonus life, and now we're just tacking on a big
Some pretty
chunk
cool stuff
of
on Rogue.
overpower damage.
I'm actually
to it.
excited about the Rogue
We
stuff
definitely felt
for like
that
once.
these pure blood-based
From a campfire
overpower
chat.
builds were just not quite hitting that mark, and just pumping the power into these pure builds through the Rathma's Vigor key passive, we think is going to be very helpful to make these builds really shine.
120x. Jeez.
On to the next. We've got
120%.
one of the new uniques. So similar to what we did with the Sorcerer, where we had kind of these paired uniques, that we're going to have 2 uniques in the same slot for Necromancer as well. This time in the pants slot.
That's cool. The
And they're
reverse
both gonna be,
Moses,
working with
basically.
Bloodwave.
The reverse
So
Moses build.
This one, Kasemi's Legacy.
So
will
instead of
cause-
parting the Red
instead of
Sea, we're gonna
shooting
combine the
one
Red
Bloodwave
Sea?
out
Is that how we're
forward,
doing?
You're going to get 2 that kind of converge on you. And this definitely changes up the targeting of it, the positioning requirements, and really the use case, because it's pulling towards you instead of pushing away. So instead of being a defensive skill, it's much more about the damage and pulling them together. And then when they hit, they do a big chunk of damage as well. So definitely turns Bloodwave into a much more damage-focused skill and a little bit less on the CC or the knockback crowd control of it.
Yeah, and it plays super well with that key passive.
I didn't mean
Absolutely,
to put
absolutely, especially if you want to be using this for that big damage moment. Now the alternative is Indria's Memory, where it still shoots the Bloodwave forward, and then at the end of its path, it will trap the targets in a bone prison. So this is a unique that is very much about combining blood and bone. So a little bit less of the pure blood and much more about combining the two. Now, additionally,
Okay,
you
I
see
like that for
we're using
Necromancer.
some bone spears here, or should I say,
I might actually
blood
play something like
spears,
that.
because that is
Blood
what
spear?
they now become.
Fancy.
Blood spears, and
That's kind of cool. Not
instead
even
of
gonna lie.
costing a bunch of essence, they're going to cost, they drain maximum life, still cost essence there, but they drain maximum life to cast additionally from a nearby corpse.
I like that. Like that's
to
just kind
fire
of
an
cool.
extra bone spear / blood spear. So there's a lot going on with this one, but I think it really comes together to be a very strong build when you're using the Bone Spear and the Blood Wave, and then casting Bone Spear reduces Blood Wave's cooldown. That's the inherent affix on these legs. Really makes a really cool build that I think synergizes very nicely.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, and so on to the Spiritborn. So we kind of warned at the start.
Oh,
Spiritborn,
here we go.
We recognize has
we go.
been one or multiple steps above most
Ooh,
other
that's a
classes.
pretty
and
massive
players
nerf.
have fun. People love playing the Spiritborn. Very powerful, and we really like that. But we do have to recognize, for the long-term health of the game, it's important that we have a bit better class parity across the board, so you don't feel like you're doing it wrong if you're not playing a Spiritborn.
Yeah, and we have like a lot of the classes outside of the Spiritborn are actually in a really good spot. They're pushing pit tier 100 plus, which is great. And again, we're not looking to really buff every class up to clearing pit 150 easily, right? We don't want to create that arms race where we just have to continuously sort of ask you, the player, to chew through 20 different torment tiers because we're just arms racing that power so much.
Yeah, we do think that kind of our target there is closer to where the other 5 classes are, and Spiritborn was just too
1/6
high
of the
up.
damage.
And it's rather than
Ironically
try
enough,
to
if that
power
nerf
creep
was
whole
in the game
we'd
right
like
now,
to make sure
Spiritborns
we
would still be
make
way stronger than
some
everything.
small improvements everywhere else to the underperforming builds and those
Like
ones
way
that don't have
stronger.
enough love.
But the other bugs
and
that
then,
are still currently on
get
Spiritborn.
Spiritborn back down to a more
Ironically
healthy
enough.
spot. And so with that in mind, one of the biggest offenders, or biggest power points rather, of on the Spiritborn was the Rod of Kapalecki here. This one is the one that
Without the bug
converts
fixes?
your
I don't
core
know.
skills into basic skills.
I'm sure they will.
And it used to do reduced damage based on
Especially that
bigger
Paragon,
cost. And
especially.
admittedly, the calculations there were kind of complex, and so we've simplified it down a little bit, where they will just gain the bonus critical strike damage. It will be substantially less. Previously, it was 1 to 3%. Now it'll be down to 0.1 to 0.5 per point of vigor there. We think this will bring it to a much healthier spot, but still kind of retain the core fantasy and the core build implications of this item. It just won't be pushing quite the same trillions of damage that we were seeing before.
We also fixed some of the issues called out
Just
yesterday
trillions?
at the above, like viscous shield and things like that, scaling in unintended ways that were just way outside of
See,
our expectations.
there's the bug
Yeah,
fixes he's
definitely
talking about.
some unintended kind of bugged interactions that were maybe double dipping or scaling too high. We've taken a pass to make those more in line with our expectations. All right. Additionally, we've got new aspects. Of course, being a class in Diablo 4, you're going to be getting new content every season. So we've got new legendary aspect here, the aspect of Endless Talons that causes you a Razor wings to increase all of your Eagle skill damage, and Razor Wing critical strikes will grant even more stacks. So you can really stack that up. It stacks up to 50%. That's a whole lot. So you really want to be spamming out these Razor Wings and getting those crits to stack this up to as fast as possible.
Yeah, and this goes back to just the prior slide where we talked about how Razor Wings and Centipede builds are getting some extra love in this specific season, which were more so underutilized in Season 6. So with Season 7, players will be able to see these new legendary aspects, of course, and then and how they actually tie back in with some of the changes that we're doing for those builds.
Absolutely. All right, we've got some updates to some of the underused uniques as well. Ring of Writhing Moon here. This one would trigger a Pestilent Swarm every 10 seconds. We felt like that was a little too long given the pace of combat in our game, and especially compared to some of the other options at the unique slot, the ring slot. So we've reduced that down to every 4 seconds. You'll spawn a Pestilent Swarm, and the vigor generated goes up from 1 up to 3. So a lot more resource generation because your rings are often resource generated ones. So we want to make sure this is a compelling option compared to your other choices at the ring slot.
Okay.
All right. So let's talk a little bit about some of the broader
Druid
updates that affects all classes. So the one I'm excited about here is the ultimate updates. So in the previous season, we introduced skill ranks on ultimates, right? So you can now rank up your ultimate up to rank 5, and that was good. Gave you some cooldown reduction, some damage. But now, when you actually fully invest in it up to that rank 5, every ultimate in the game is going to get a new rank 5 bonus. So for example, here on Lacerate, we've got
Rain of Arrows
Lacerate's damage is going to be increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. It gives it this scaling factor. So you can see on the left, Lacerate at rank 1 is doing about 38,000 damage, but you rank it up to 5, and it goes crazy high up to 119,000 damage because it's now getting that critical strike damage scaler. And so if you really want to build a dedicated Lacerate build as kind of your core damaging effect, this is going to be a great way to build around it and a good reward for investing all those extra skill points into it.
Definitely. I love to see us.
All right, well, Rain of Arrows buff, guys.
Actually put some points into skills.
As well. Yeah, that's a pretty big Rain of Arrows buff.
Sometimes
probably.
You'd see... if you just wanted the access to
if it's crit damage,
ultimate, hey, it's fine to put in 1 point.
For Rain of Arrows,
you get 1 point, you get the utility, maybe you get some buff from it. But if you really want to invest in it, we want to make sure that that investment in those skill ranks feels meaningful. And we think these rank 5 bonuses on ultimates in particular is going to be a really good way to pay off those ultimate builds.
Definitely.
All right, we've also got some new generic legendary aspects to really support this style that talk directly to ultimate skills. So we've got the Vehement Brawlers aspect that causes casting an ultimate skill increases all of your damage output by 10 to 30%.
Brawlers aspect? Pretty nice.
You also gain additional skill ranks in your ultimate. So, hey, we just talked about skill rank bonuses. Now we've got
ultimate increases your
a legendary that will give you some bonus skill ranks.
Up to 180%?
We've also got the Ring of Apagic Fervor.
What?
Which says casting your ultimate skill will increase your damage by 8 to 18%, so a little bit less than the Vehement Brawlers. But it stacks up to 10 times, so you can get way more if you can cast your ultimate fast enough and kind of chain it together. So this will be really good for like rogues that use preparation to really get that ultimate cooldown reduction, or any build that really wants to focus around casting your ult many times in a row.
Rain of Arrows.
This one is buff. A great legendary for those style of
Rain of Arrows, Death Trap.
All right, we've also done some updates to the rune words. And so rune words, Vessel of Hatred feature, has been really well received. We think that they've really spiced up some build variety, and we're going to add some new runes here and update some of the old ones. So all of the invocation runes have overflow. So the cost of many of them have also been adjusted to allow you to proc this overflow effect when you generate more offering than needed much more often. And then also the ritual runes, the ones that generate the offering, some of them have been redesigned to have some larger potential moments of this overflow. So an example here on the Seer rune. This generates a ton of offering, 300 offering at once. And you get that by casting 5 skills. But then, instead of just casting 5 skills and then generate all of it and then casting 5 again instantly, we've added in this exhausted period for 3 seconds. So you can get that 300 offering at once, but then you got to wait 3 seconds before you start building up those stacks again.
Yeah,
So it's like getting like large buckets every like couple seconds instead of offering now with these.
Yeah, this is a good tuning knob to kind of make sure that, hey, we can give you the strong moment of power, but then it is followed by a little bit of a weaker moment where you can't generate that, rather than every rune always just being a steady amount. We would like to have those peaks and valleys. I really think that leads to more interesting moments of gameplay.
Yeah, it's about potency versus frequency.
Right.
So you get really strong effects, but you can't do it as often.
Right. And that'll play right into the updates with a lot of the overflow to make sure that when you do overflow, it feels really good. And feels
That can
really
happen in 3
rewarding to get
seconds.
that.
That's what she said.
So let's talk about some of the other.
What happens in
runes.
3
We've
seconds
got-
stays in
new
3
runes to show off.
seconds.
Yeah, so we've got 3 new rune words here. The Nagu rune, a legendary
Nagu
rune that will gain 100 offering as long as you're maintaining a summon. And so, as I kind of alluded to earlier with the Shadow Clone section, summon
that
is
works
our
with
new,
Shadow Clone.
catch-all term for anything that you summon. You know, it's pretty self-explanatory.
That's
but that
kinda
includes
cool.
things like Necromancer minions, Druid companions, Sorcerer conjurations, Rogue Shadow Clones, and even Barbarian Ancients from some of your effects. Call of the Ancients and some of the legendaries that summon those. Those are all summons. Igni rune will generate 25 offering, but it stores up offering every 0.3 seconds. So you're actually generating about 75 offering per second, roughly. And you actually cash it in by casting a non-basic skill to get that offering. So as long as you're out there kind of spamming your basic skill, you're going to be kind of banking up this offering. And then when you cast the non-basic, you cash it all in. You probably
that's actually
trigger the
that's
runes
actually good
connected
for
to, you
combo
get a
point,
big
actually.
overflow, you get a big moment of power there.
That's actually pretty good for combo points.
And finally, we've got the Chop
Really good for combo
rune
points.
that generates, or requires 20 offering rather, and this will invoke Druid's Lightning Bolt. That's one of those. It's not the core skill, but Lightning Bolt is kind of that other power in the Druid's kit, similar to like Earthquake or Stun Grenades.
Yeah.
Yeah. So enable those kind of builds to really tap into that effect.
Awesome. Lots
All
of
right.
runes.
Yeah.
Lots of rune
Lot
word
of rune
updates.
stuff.
Lots of changes coming to classes. You know, there's more changes in the notes that we'll have that will be hitting next week. So players can look into those. These are just a few examples that we have for PTR. And of course,
So far, it looks
really
good.
need feedback on a lot of these changes. I know there's some people going in
These
chat
are-
going like, hey,
they're
I'm
really-
noticing like, you know, maybe you're giving a lot of offering and then there's a little bit of a cooldown period or something like that. Let us know. Like, we want people to try those out.
Yeah.
Like,
They're
test it
kinda
out
really,
so that we have the feedback so
taking
that
some,
before we go live with,
I guess,
with
risk,
patch
which is-
2.1,
I think is
we
pretty-
can
that's-
end up
that's pretty good.
making any feedback changes based off of community feedback. So lots of cool stuff. Thank you so much for walking
Some
us
aspects
through
of
all
way
the
too
different
power.
class changes
Well, we
and
don't know
everything like that,
yet
Charles.
because
Do
we don't know what
have
the rest of the patch
Dan
notes are. So we don't know what they
available from all the-
nerfed, what
We do.
bugs they
can-
fixed.
Dan
I
is
can
actually
hear
gonna
you
walk us
now.
through- Oh, there we
Yeah.
go.
Hey,
I was like, Dan was just like staring blankly at the camera, and I was like,
Yes,
uh-oh,
I
what's going on?
was.
But
Yeah,
Dan is actually going to be talking about all the new content that's coming in patch 2.1 with season 7. So Dan, do you want to take it away and talk to us a
Yeah.
little bit about it?
Absolutely. A couple of technical difficulties
Because
could not keep me
if they
from,
fix trick
sharing
attacks,
this with
then those
everybody.
ultimate
So,
buffs are absolutely necessary.
This
For
PTR for patch 2.1 is a PTR of a couple firsts at this point. This is going to be the first time that we're bringing the seasonal realm to a PTR. So what does this mean? We've got a lot of seasonal content coming up in season 7.
Seasonal,
And we want to be able to get all of your feedback on this content. It's pretty important for us to, you know, like Adam was saying, really have those iteration cycles where y'all are able to test and, you know,
seasonal
show
borrowed
what's working,
power
what isn't.
returns.
This is
Introducing
also
witchcraft.
going to be the first time since season 2 that we're bringing back seasonal character powers. So if you remember in season 2, Season of Blood, they were vampire powers, and you slotted them into your Sanguine Circle. And so for season 7, it could be a little bit different. Not vampires this time. This time it's going to be witchcraft. And so I'm excited to really dig into that right now and tease out what y'all can play in a couple weeks. So witchcraft enables you as a practitioner to call upon the power of the swamp to do your bidding. And so you've met some witches before in the game, and you're going to meet some more in the coming season. But before I really dive into witchcraft, we got to talk about your enemies. Now, your enemies of this season are going to be called the Head Rotten. Now, the Head Rotten are abominations that spawned from the Tree of Whispers. And you're going to slay them and collect what we call Restless Rot. And this is going to be our currency for the season. Now, like I said, the season is about witchcraft, so there are going to be some witches. And those witches are going to be residing around the Tree of Whispers, and they're going to have some altars. And these altars are pretty important to you learning your witchcraft. And so you're going to travel to an altar, you're going to make an offering of Restless Rot, and that's going to enable you to learn the witchcraft. Now, equipping witchcraft is going to be pretty simple. We wanted to take what was best from a lot of these styles of menus that we've done in the past and distill it into something that's very convenient and easy to use. And the result is this witchcraft menu that you can see in front of you.
That menu actually kind of looks kind of cool.
Super simple. You've got an inventory on the bottom, and then you're going to drag or otherwise move that power to one of the slots up top. And you're going to have 5 normal slots, 5 normal powers you can equip at any point, and 1 unique power for really special witchcraft that you can find. The other thing is that you can upgrade your witchcraft directly in that inventory using Restless Rot. So again, we're streamlining the process to make it easy for players to equip and upgrade their witchcraft. Now, obviously, it wouldn't be a season without some rewards, and so let's talk about those a little bit. This season, we're going to have another reputation-style gameplay in the form of Coven's Favor. Now, killing Head Rotten will get you Headless Rot, or killing Head Rotten will get you Restless Rot. But in order to advance the Coven's Favor, you actually need to complete Whispers. And completing those Whispers will increase your rank and allow you to unlock rewards, including items and materials. And
I actually don't
like
mind that, actually.
In addition,
a little
to
different.
this season, you're going to also unlock at certain ranks new witchcraft. And then you will have new things you can learn from those altars. And then, because everyone loves it, we're bringing back the Resplendent Spark as well. So that's going to be at the end of your Coven's Favor rank. And of course, the Resplendent Spark nowadays can be used from crafting, a random mythic unique to actually targeting uniques using a lot of those runes that you can earn in the game. All right, one last little thing with respect to witchcraft. So we wanted to try out something a little bit different. And so we've also created several powers that are lost to these witches, the Coven of the Swamp. And so those you can only find by traveling out in the world and discovering forgotten altars. And these forgotten altars will allow you to learn these lost powers. And we just thought we'd try something a little bit different here. And let us know what you think about it.
So forgotten altars in dungeons and
let's
without
talk
sanctuary.
about some of the witchcraft itself. We've talked it up a bit. We're going to release, it's over 20 powers for the season, and we're going to show you 4 of those right now. So let's talk about the first one. This one's really popular. This is the Poison Frog. So the Poison Frog, as you imagine, is a servant that you can summon that fights alongside you. As its name implies, it will poison your enemies, and if it runs out of health, it's going to explode viciously with a lot of poison damage. Folks are having a lot of fun with this one. Next up is Doom Orb.
It's a unique
Doom Orb
power.
is a pure orb of eldritch energy that circles around you and damages any enemy it touches. And it can also launch itself at distant enemies before returning. Also another favorite at this point. Vengeful Servant. So Vengeful Servant, as the name implies, is another servant like the frog. And this one
Vengeful
will absorb
Spirit.
damage
That's
and then rush
servant.
enemies.
Well, I guess.
And then
Spirit
last
servant.
but not least, we've got one of those lost witchcraft powers I was telling you about. And this is Paragon. So this one procs when you cast other powers. And so if you cast a hex and an aura at the same time and inflict it upon an enemy, there's a chance that you will then proc the Paragon, and the Paragon, as you
That's
can
actually
see,
kind of cool.
sucks everything into
I
it
know
in a
that.
swirling
That's actually cool.
dervish of fish and destruction. So yeah, that's a peek at some of the witchcraft powers you're going to be able to play with soon. But what good are powers if we aren't offering you some new activities within the season to participate in? And so these come in the form of headhunts. Now, headhunts are a
Whispers have
whisper-driven
intensified.
activity. And so
As
the
a tree
tree
searches.
is searching for these head rotten. The tree wants you to eliminate these head rotten. And so it's going to help you by highlighting areas within the world where it thinks there's a lot of head rotten for you to kill. So you're going to follow the whispers in order to, find the head hunts and kill the head rotten. Now, these are subzone takeovers, similar to Helltides. They're going to feature a number of all new whispers mixed in with some existing ones. This was an opportunity for our team to try out some new whispers and really kind of tell a little bit of a story each time you're going out on a headhunt, because whispers offer us that opportunity. Now, completing whispers has a chance of spawning a head rotten boss. And the head rotten bosses are the things you're really going to be looking out for, because those are going to give you some additional rewards I'm going to tell you about. Delivering a head rotten boss's head to the Tree of Whispers enables you to earn occult gems. Let's talk about occult gems. Now, we're pretty excited about these. Occult gems are special sockets that have unique effects that help you fine-tune your build. So they can only be slotted in the jewelry slot. And so this is a way of basically having them coexist with runes. And they only last for the season. So when your items transfer to the Eternal Realm at the end of the season, these are going to disappear. But in the meantime, I think you're going to have a lot of fun with them. Let's dive into them a little bit.
It can be kind of hard to stack
so
resist.
Each occult gem has built-in defense.
Armor.
We don't want you to have to make a choice between, a royal diamond or a royal skull and an occult gem. So all of these occult gems have defense built into them, so that really you're getting a bonus above and beyond those gems that I just described. And so here are some examples of them. First up, we've got the Elder Sigil. This is going to boost your damage whenever you hex enemies. So if you're leaning into certain types of hexes you like using, Elder Sigil may be a good fit for you.
Elder Sigil would be pretty good for dancing.
This is going to boost your crit and move for folks who really dig, specking out with Eldritch powers. So if you equip 3 or more Eldritch powers, then slotting a Killing Wind into, say, one of your rings might benefit you quite a bit. And then finally, we've got Duststone. This is a legendary one, so it's going to be even more powerful than the other 2 I talked about. This is going to boost when you use Hex and Aura and afflict other enemies with those. So each time you do that, not only do you have a chance to proc that Paragon I talked about before, but you're going to increase the damage that you output per affliction. So you can kind of get a sense that the occult gems are providing you even more incentives for, creating a certain type of build. And, we are just really excited to see what kind of combinations y'all come up with. I think, yeah, it's going to be pretty exciting. So final thing is, we were doing a lot with the Tree of Whispers. We've got the witches around them, so we thought, well, we should, take some of the quality of life feedback we've heard from players and try and address it.
I like the ancestral cache. That's actually smart.
The town around the Tree of Whispers.
That's very smart.
We added some more services to it because we expect you to be returning to it a lot more this season. And we've changed the layout a little bit to make it a little more convenient to navigate and move the waypoint so that it's just quicker to get to the Tree of Whispers to turn in things. But sometimes, you're in the middle of a headhunt we found, and you're getting a lot of Grim Favor, but you don't want to leave. You want to try and go fight the boss that you just summoned, right? So we've also implemented what we call the Raven of the Tree. And the Raven of the Tree appears in every headhunt zone, and that allows you to turn in your Grim Favor on the spot.
That's
so that you
cool.
don't have to go back to the tree town. Now, you're not going to have access to all those other services, so you hit your inventory limit, you'll probably want to go back to town. But in the moment, you're in a flow,
that's a
you can go to the Raven
WQLL
of the
change.
Tree, get your cash, and then keep fighting. And then finally, we felt like we wanted to expand the rewards a little bit more for the Tree of Whispers. So we've added ancestral caches. It's a pretty low probability of getting one, but they're there. And these guarantee you getting an ancestral item from a cache. So obviously you see this pop up. I have a feeling you're probably going to select it. So
that's a good idea.
I think that's all I have to talk about for the upcoming PTR. So I'll kick it back over to you, Adam.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Dan. Talking about a ton of new stuff coming for patch 2.1 PTR and, of course, Season 7. I'm super excited for all the Tree of Whisper updates. I know a lot of people in chat are, especially with the Raven, not having to go back to the Tree of Whispers every single time, being able to turn in Grim Favors right there through the Raven. On top of that, also just the rework of the zone, so everything's a little bit closer.
To the in-game.
Walk all the way across, to walk all the way back to the waypoint.
Wonder if they're going to talk more about
and everything.
like,
so
other
there's a lot of
systems
big
and
changes
stuff.
with that.
Updates to the
please
systems.
do choose the ancestral
Because so far they talked about classes, they talked about the seasonal content.
I think it's important to remember we added the ability to favorite waypoints as part of Season 6 or the last patch that we did. So it's super helpful with that Witch Town.
Yeah, most definitely. And of course, people have been seeing some of the new witchcraft powers and noticing some familiarities of like past Diablo lore. And I will say we'll be talking more about the story of Season 7 as we get closer to launch, so players can hear more about kind of like the origins of all of like what we've been kind of talking about here with this story with Diablo 4. So thank you again, Dan, for walking us through all the content that's coming with Season 7. And of course, last but not least, we do want to talk about some big quality of life changes. One really, really big one that we're really excited to talk about. And
Armor.
Mr. Colin Finer
Armory.
will talk and walk us through everything.
Yeah, thanks.
Please say Armory.
So most of these are sort of systemic updates, so I'll talk through them. Paragon migration is more just a reminder on how the new Paragon system works. All of the Paragon experience that you've earned in a season is actually at the end of Season 6 going to be added to your Eternal Realm Paragon. What that means
it's like Diablo 3.
If you're Paragon level 230 on a season, all of that 230 worth of experience is going to get added to your Eternal, which probably is going to level up your Eternal Paragon. And I mention this because
Season 2
we added
2.0.
the really cool...
This is bigger than Season 2.
Soulstone.
But yeah, that's kind of the basis of the idea.
That really cool Soulstone that you get at Paragon level 300, you can actually earn that on Eternal. So if you're not willing to sort of put in hundreds of hours to get that in a season, you can work your way there on the Eternal Realm as you sort of cash in these seasons. So we think that's going to feel pretty good.
It's going to be really nice as you're like playing through multiple seasonal characters, and then eventually you'll end up just getting enough XP to actually earn those rewards at level 300 Paragon. So that's actually, it's not like I have to have it in this season or something like that. You know, you probably end up getting it in a couple seasons if you play pretty extensively and you level up your Paragon.
Yeah, definitely. The second one here is now we are essentially tying the unique power. So if you think about like the Fists of Fate, that random damage roll from 1 to 200, that's going to be tied, the floor is going to be tied to the amount of greater affixes that are on that item. So if you have 1 greater affix, the floor is going to go up a little bit from the 1%. When you get 4 greater affixes, it's going to go up quite a bit. It's not exactly perfect because we wanted to maintain the sort of specialness of a 4GA with a perfect unique roll. We've seen some of those on Reddit, and I think it's always such a cool moment to sort of see those drop. But it's going to be a substantial increase to the power of the floor. So it's going to be nearly impossible to get a 4GA with a really crappy unique power.
So Peter, it will carry over to Eternal Realm, not
and then rolling
1%
next season.
Yeah. That always just feels bad. You never want to be comparing like, oh, I got a 4GA. Well, my 1GA one is maybe better because it has a better unique roll. That wasn't a moment we felt was really enticing. So we wanted to make sure that the more GAs you get, just the better the item is comprehensively.
It should have been like that at the start, honestly.
So that should help quite a bit.
We'll take it.
I'm going to talk about one thing previously on that, which is ancestral legendaries. They are now going to, when an ancestral item drops, it's going to drop the top end of the legendary aspect roll. So if you think in Season 6, we added 5 more ranks to compensate ancestral being added. Rank 21 is usually where they end up landing. Now, ancestral items, when they drop, they're going to be at the top end of that. So you should always be pretty excited when an ancestral drops, because it's always the best sort of top end ranks of that legendary power that could drop.
Yeah, we saw lots of conspiracy theories on Reddit of people going like, hey, I think like my Codex of Power is not getting updated correctly or something like that. And we totally understand. Like there was a lot of confusion behind it. We admit that on our end. And this just
it's
makes
always
it
been ranked 20
easier
or
and better
21
for
ranks, I
players
think,
in
this season.
being able to grab it. It's not
For all the
Colin behind the
aspects.
scenes on a computer like it was. It actually was. He was literally just like making sure you got the lowest aspect rolls or anything like that.
Grind harder.
So that most definitely will address a lot of the confusion there, as well as just make it better for players overall.
Yeah, definitely. And then the second point here is we've pretty substantially increased the ancestral drop rate across the board. They're not going to be raining from the sky, but it's definitely a pretty substantial increase that we think is just going to level up all the different activities in the game, and that should just feel a lot better. We don't want to go too far where they're no longer special, but we thought that we were a little bit too conservative on our first swing.
And this will affect all Torment tiers, right? Not just tier Torment 4?
Yep, exactly. So all Torment tiers are going to get this increase.
Great.
Yeah, those are
and then the next one.
Good quality of life.
So we saw that gems were dropping a little too frequently, constantly getting stuck on the ground, and players were capped on them. So we are doing a pass to reduce them overall, but to compensate, we're actually adding a sink for them. So you're going to be able to take gem fragments and craft random legendary amulets and random legendary rings. Those all obviously have a chance to be ancestral.
Okay. That's cool.
Once you get into the torment, so it's a really nice way for us to sort of
cool.
make sure that you're never hitting a point where you just have so many gem fragments. They're worthless, right?
Awesome. Yeah.
And then the next one I think is going to be I'm super excited about, and that's class quest updates. They're going to work similar to Altars of Lilith. Right? Do you have more details on that?
Yeah. So class quests. So most classes or every class has this special mechanics. So like on Sorceress, you've got your enchantment slots. And in the past, when you hit level 15, you'd get a quest where you had to go and help out a mage to find a lost tome. So for players who have already completed that, you are going to, if you do need to log into that character first to kind of unlock it across your account. But once you've done that, any subsequent sorceress that you make, once you hit level 15, you're going to immediately unlock that first enchantment slot.
I like that.
And then once you hit level 30, you'll unlock the second one.
I hate doing that.
Now, for every class, the exact level is going to be different. It depends on when that would normally unlock, but you won't have to go through the whole quest line to do so. But for those of you who really enjoyed doing those quests, there will be a pretty juicy reward if you do
Nobody enjoyed doing
you're
the
going to get
quest.
that mechanic right off the bat.
Stop lying,
That's
sir.
awesome. And you can still just log into your seasonal character and do it to unlock the class mechanic. We don't require you to log into your eternal character to get this. Cool. So I think that's going to be awesome. I always check the time, I'm level 40. I should probably go do my class quest.
No. Go back.
Forgotten to unlock
Go back to the slide.
On my
go back to the slide.
For a little longer than I would like
Shut
to
up.
admit.
Go back to the slide.
Production spoiled it as they raise their hands up in the air. But the next update is obviously a big one, which is finally we don't have to say this is in development still.
Armory.
Quadruple
Armory
W.
is coming with Season 7 patch 2.1. So, Colin, want to go through it
About
all?
Absolutely. Yeah,
time.
this one was a really niche request. We had to dive super deep into the forum. So
A
that one
niche
guy who asked for this is for you. I'm just kidding. This has been a super hot requested feature. We're excited to bring it to everybody. So everybody's going to get this update. Armory is going to allow you to save builds. It's going to save all your equipment, all of your skills, all of your Paragon, all of you're
Such a big W.
You can even name it. And
That's
what this
massive,
really allows you to do is be a lot more flexible in the end game, right? So if you're really liking your fireball build, but you got this really sweet ball lightning unique, now it's really easy to just save off that fireball build if you ever want to come back to it, and you can start building out that ball lightning build. So we're really excited about this. We're not going to charge you for respecing or anything like that. So you save it, it's yours. It's even come with some cool quality of life things where we actually mark all of the equipment that's actually part of an armory slot. And that's really important to know because we're just saving the equipment, right?
Yeah.
So you'll want to know if you're going to modify this item that it would affect any of the loadouts that are currently using this item.
Yeah, if you take a legendary and say change the imprinted aspect on it, you know, it's still part of that build, so it might not be the right one. So you do probably want to get, you know, multiple sets of gear if you want to be building this up, but it's so much easier to swap between them, so much easier to explore all the new build possibilities that we introduce every season with the new items and updates.
That is
Absolutely.
huge. That
And
is
it's
huge.
in all the main towns. It's even in the
For
training
sure.
rooms, which
My
is very
favorite-
nice.
my favorite,
And it's important to note that we will swap
quality
it
of
from
life
anywhere.
update
So
here.
if the equipment is in your stash or if it's in your inventory, you don't have to worry about it. We'll just swap it out for you.
Yeah, it'll just it's auto-magically does it, which is really nice.
Auto-magically.
It makes it as easy as possible for players to be able to really utilize the feature, which I think is great.
Cool. So yeah, we're super excited. We're really leaning into the flexibility. That's why we've just removed a lot of the cost to switch around. And we think this should open up, you know, if you're playing a druid, you don't have to go make another druid or go through 300 clicks to change out your Paragon. So
yeah, and I think one thing I do want to note is because this will be in PTR, we really need people to actually test it. It's a brand new feature. There's a lot of complexities behind it. Obviously, it's pulling
So there'll be
things
new
from
bugs,
stash, pulling
brand
things
new
from other
bugs,
inventories,
right?
etc. So want to make sure that players actually do get an opportunity to actually test it during PTR, give us feedback. It's something that we're going to continuously iterate. One thing I do want to call out is in PTR, it won't have controller support. It will have controller support when we do launch it with patch 2.1, the final patch itself. But for the PTR, it won't actually be, there won't be controller support on it. So I just want to caveat that now for players that are actually going to, that do play on controller to note that it won't be there for that specifically. So tons of changes coming for Season 7. Obviously, all the class changes, the ultimate changes that Charles talked about, the balance and items are related to that. New rune words,
With a snapshot, I bet-
reworked rune
I bet
words
you
as
will.
well. We have, of course, all the Season
Wait for the
7
armory
stuff that
dupes.
Dan talked about with the witchcraft powers, and of course our new gems, the occult gems. So we want players to actually jump in and try those out, and with all the quality of life fixes that we do have. So I know we do want to jump into Q&A before PTR updates. I forgot. Sorry, I forgot about PTR updates. I can't even follow my own agenda that's like sitting here on a piece of paper, Adam. But we do actually do have some PTR updates really quickly that I do want to talk about because as you guys remember, with 2.1, the prior PTRs, we did character copies before or account copies from your main accounts. Things are going to be a little different for patch 2.1. This is way better for players. If you guys remember back with even the patch 2.0 PTR, we actually did an account copy and it was like weeks and weeks in advance, and people are like, whoa, this is like my barb from like, you know, it feels like yesteryear or something like that. Now we are
barb
giving
from
the
season
flexibility of
1.
players being able to account
My
copy,
rogue from beta.
on demand, essentially, for PTR. So with patch 2.1 PTR, there will be a kind of a new button on the UI where you'll be able to actually account copy over to your PTR account. So it'll take all your characters from your normal account and move them over. There are a few caveats we do want to mention, though, is that it does replace everything once you do that, and you can do it multiple times. So, but each time you do that, it does replace it all. So, if you do bounce between, you know, PTR and like your main account on the normal game servers, and let's say you get new gear, you can move those things over. Just note it's going to wipe everything on your PTR when you do that. If you also utilize let's say you don't actually utilize the account copy over and you actually use the account boost or the character boost that we actually have within PTR, just note that if you do account copy over afterwards, it will also replace those. So just be careful with that. We'll make sure to note that all in the blog so players are aware. But it is just a caveat that we do want to mention for players, but it does allow for way more flexibility of being able to carry that stuff over.
Definitely.
There we go. But new additions for the boosts and that we have for PTR. Obviously, we'll end up having the new unique items within the character boost that will be available in Season 7 PTR. We'll have, you know, witchcraft powers, the witchcraft progression items that we had talked about earlier as well. So those will be all part of the PTR boost. So it gives you guys the tools of being able to test everything and getting us feedback for anything that you guys want to change before the Season 7 and patch 2.1 actually kicks off. Cool. Now we can go into Q&A. I do want to call out quickly just a reminder that we will have a blog up immediately after the stream for PTR. Patch notes will be next Wednesday. Again, this is due to us streaming a little early for the holidays, just to make sure that everyone was here to do a stream for PTR. And then PTR is planning on starting on December 3rd. So players will be able to jump into PTR then. Of course, it is just PC Battle.net, just easier for us and more flexibility for us to be able to do updates and everything from our end for PTR.
But this is a couple of days
I know we have
play around
questions
with
teed up, so if you
PTR
have
before
questions, please
we
put
jump
them in
on
the chat.
have the
And
bids out
we
to
will
early access.
get those, we'll try to address as many as possible for the end of the stream. I have to reach over. There's a plant here that no one can see. But will all the PTR content be available on day one is a question that we probably, we've heard when we announce the PTR stream, and we know that players are probably going to ask, just because with the past PTR, we had
split it out.
Yeah, we did split it out. We will say that all the PTR content will be available day one, so players can jump in and actually check out everything related to patch 2.1 immediately with day one whenever they need to. So shouldn't be a problem. Jumping into some questions, Small Petting Zoo. I know Small Petting Zoo. They're a person that plays a lot of companion druid.
I would imagine based on the name.
So they're asking, will there be fixes to Storm and Werewolf tags given to Druid Wolves by the item Storm's Companion?
Yes.
They have never functioned, would more than double the damage of the build.
Yes, actually, as part of that comprehensive update that I mentioned to summons across the game, I did take a pass to look at specifically updating how the wolves interact with Storm's Companion. And now, whenever they're imbued with a lightning from Storm's Companion, they do count as lightning skills. And because not to get too technical, but because the way the damage is calculated and attributed, it should also work with all the things that say, hey, when you deal lightning damage, do something special. Your lightning wolves are going to be triggering and interacting with all those effects. It should be. It should work in every way that you're expecting to.
If
going
all the
forward.
tags are working correctly in general.
Question from Narrator Dog. How does this fit into? How does the Season 7 stuff fit into lore? Because during Vessel of Hatred and the Tree seem to be on good terms. Dan, I don't know if you want to answer this or if you want me to answer it. Up to you.
Yeah, so I'll say, first off, we're not going to get too deep of an answer. We're going to reveal more about the story as we get closer to the release of Season 7. That said, we are really looking at trying to build upon the events of Vessel of Hatred with every season moving forward. And so you'll start seeing changes in the world as we do that. And I'll leave it at that.
Cool. You'll hear more soon. Again, we plan on doing a more grandiose reveal of Season 7 content and the story as we get closer to the release. So you'll hear more about kind of the backstory of everything and how the Tree of Whispers plays into everything as well. Question from Toothless81. Is there going to be a rework or cost reduction to masterworking? Veiled Crystals have become a huge roadblock with trying to gear multiple alts.
Yeah, I think we are always keeping our eye on the economy. We did a big pass. If you remember, we did a stream last week that was talking about tightening up the economy. So we do intend on taking a look at just generally how things are playing out. I think alts is something that we need to definitely be taking a look at. We do want to encourage alt gameplay. That was part of the big Paragon changes. So that sort of feedback is super valuable. It's really good to know that Veiled Crystals are that alt blocker. We want to make sure that alts are something that players are really excited about if that's something that they want to pursue. So appreciate that.
Question related to stacking items. This is from Marwan Gaming. Any plans on the amount that you can stack, like items, potions, like potions, keys, and runes? Wow, I can't read. Any updates, or are we looking at any of that type of thing?
We definitely are looking at it. We don't have anything to share, but it's top of mind. I know that boss materials, for example, are at 50. There are some technical reasons why we have it like that, but it's something we are actively looking at. Dracaronia mentions, do you know if XP wells are getting fixed? And do you know if there's an opportunity for maybe pets
collecting loot a little bit faster? Anything on the screen for players?
I know the XP well definitely has been reported, and it's something we're looking into. So we know about it. We're looking at it. This is part of the PTR, is to find a lot more of these types of problems. So we will look at it. As far as the pets, no plans at the moment. I know we've done a big pass on a lot of things to essentially make sure that like when a rare item drops in Torment, it's just going to get auto salvaged. So we do try and essentially make a lot more of the loot just auto pick upable.
Question from Mags PVE. Will Druid ever see some love for ravens? Would be awesome to have maybe a different companion outside of like the wolves and everything that they have right now, or the vines and stuff. Is there any plans for maybe adjustments to ravens in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. Ravens, one of the three companions compared to the wolves and the vine creeper, which I think are often a bit more of the marquee ones in the companion builds, at least as they currently are. That's something we're definitely aware of, and going forward, when we look to make new effects for these companion builds, I think ravens might be maybe the next one we start looking at, but nothing I can commit to firmly at this point. But it's definitely something that we have noticed, and it's something we'll keep in mind. So we appreciate that.
Part of that summoning tag update was really to sort of give us more tools to do things like improve the Raven experience or the Call of the Ancients experience.
Very impressive.
I think that summon update is going to be really huge for companion druids and every other build that uses these, and we'll definitely look at it under that new lens after this update and see where we can make further improvements.
We'll do one last question.
PR must be proud of him.
Questions from two different people. One's from
he's done pretty good at answering
Diablo
questions,
4, the other
but that one
one's
was a word salad.
22, and they're both related to armory. Will items in the armory be locked from accidentally selling them? And separately, will saved items for armory builds have like maybe an icon or something associated to them to kind of like call them out that they are part of a saved build?
Yes, so when you do save a loadout, we favorite all of those items. So just automatically that happens.
No mistaken like, oh, crap.
You'd have to unfavorite it, then sell it, and then at that point it's like, well, it's sort of on you. And then the second part is, yes, there is a little icon that does indicate that, hey, this is part of an armory.
Cool. So yeah, you know that like, hey, this is part of a build. Don't mess with it. Don't accidentally unfavorite it or anything like that, which is good to know. So cool. Well, we again thank you guys for tuning in for our patch 2.1 PTR stream. I know there's a lot of news coming down the line for Diablo 4 as we get closer to 2.1, but we do have a blog that will be going live this afternoon, probably right after this stream. And again, our patch notes, the full patch notes for this PTR will be next Wednesday. So it's a little bit of a delay, mainly due to the holidays and us doing the stream a little bit early. Normally we have the patch notes immediately after the stream. So there's gonna be way more content beyond what we just talked about here in those patch notes for people to actually check out. And of course, patch 2.1 PTR is launching on December 3rd for PC Battle.net users. So really looking forward to people jumping in, trying everything that we talked about today, including the new features, including the armory, including all the Season 7 stuff with witchcraft powers and occult gems that we actually heard from Dan as well. So huge thanks to Dan out in Albany. And of course, thank you, Colin. Thank you, Charles, for talking us through all the content that's going to be coming with patch 2.1 PTR. And yeah, we'll see you guys probably after the holidays, but we'll see you in the PTR for sure. And we'll check you guys out in Hantu. See you guys. Thanks.
Thanks all.
Oh, they're reading Barricade. Nice. All right, so because I won't be here too long for this, but pretty surprising, and in a good way. I'll put it that way. I would say definitely way more W's than L's. I don't think I really saw any like real L's except for maybe like a thing on the barb and one thing on the sword, but outside of that, it's been mostly W's throughout the this campfire compared to obviously the previous campfire. I will say that in the midst of a lot of good things that they've actually talked about, I will say that I'm a little disappointed that I didn't hear anything about the content itself, like any content updates such as like Pit, because Pit is still in a really awful position. So we got all these new things and cool updates and whatever, but we're doing it in content that still rather needs a lot of help. Pit is definitely one of those content issues. Infernal Hordes would be nice to get some newer boons or fixed boons, I guess you could say. The fact that there is no mention of that, maybe it's in the patch notes, I don't know. But I would think that would be something you would talk about. Those would be major things you would talk about on the Campfire stream. So the fact that they weren't mentioned is a little worrisome. So like nothing new in that sense. We didn't hear anything about tributes and Cuirass Undercity, changes or adjustments. No changes or adjustments to Dark Citadel. So it seems like all the actual content itself outside of whispers seem to have not gotten any attention coming to season 7, at least from the Campfire. Again, when they release the full patch notes, it may be a different story, but the Campfire itself, didn't hear anything about it, so a little concerned about it. Not gonna lie. Is this the stream everybody's watching here? That's not it. Where's the official stream for this? I might stop by and watch a little bit of this. Kiwi stream is down? Or down further, is what you're saying? Go into PoE 2? I must be like real bad at this because I totally don't see the thing. Official stream is dead. Yeah. But anyways, with that being said, I do think that before I go into this or whatever, a lot of good things happening for season 7 outside of the things I just mentioned. I think the content thing is a little concerning, but everything else sounded really good for the game. Open image. Hold on one sec before I do this, because I gotta change the category. So give me a second. I guess while I'm doing that, let me actually do this.
And its mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
People are spamming.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3
Can you guys
skills
see
of
that?
martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try Killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we could use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff.
Hold on,
If an
give
enemy
me
is
1
close to being
second.
stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you.
It looks
He
good.
pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
That's cool.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire
You
attacks,
guys see?
war cries, and shield skills. Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage. The warrior can also use war cries, which can empower your next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front, even spells. While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable. Some enemies
they actually have a kill
unblockable
animation
attacks,
now.
which are indicated by this red
So when you
flash.
die, there's actual
If
like
you
an
see one of
actual
these coming,
animation.
make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
Oh, that's cool.
While charging, you're
That's-
also
that's a
blocking
cool
the whole
attack.
time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get ancestral warrior totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my ancestral warrior totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to try out. But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks.
Yeah,
The
sometimes
ranger
this
is
one I want to see.
primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to
Okay.
jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants.
That's cool. That's
With
really
21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation. By endgame, you'll be creating hundreds of arrows, be they falling from the sky, bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility.
Oh, so the mercenary is
All
different from the
classes in
ranger.
Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage. If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in. There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the Witch should be your choice. She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called
considerably
Spirit.
more polished in
This
terms
is a
of the,
Spirit
like the
gem, which
gameplay.
allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell. For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you'll be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea.
The movement
Each
seems
spell is
really,
unique and has
really
many
like
different ways to build
fluid.
and combo with others, even
I'm actually
between
very
different elements.
surprised. Not surprised, but like,
For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place
Especially
a wall
like-
and fire
yeah.
lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage.
yeah, like the
It's a
movement
good
is
idea to take
very,
advantage of the ability to
it's
automatically
very
swap
fluid, so
weapons
you're
when
not
you
like
use certain
stuck
skills.
in any animation.
Having a
it looks
special
like.
staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is
Yeah, that's
possible
pretty cool,
yet.
actually.
So let's talk about support gems.
Shooting the bill with the
Path of Exile 2 has a
rapid fire
system of
thing.
support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem,
I
you
like
can
how
also
they're
freely
explaining
move
this
it
for those
between
who
any of the skills on your character.
don't really play
If you want to
Path
have
of
a
Exile.
multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come
Alright,
up with
DJ,
some
you have
pretty
a good one.
interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems, the passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But
You
if you
say
do
that now.
happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
That's cool.
In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them. Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool, but you lose 50% of your mana regen. Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very rewarding.
That
As we
painted
showed you
to me
earlier
sounds
on
like my kind of
Sorceress,
node.
You can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might
That's
want to
actually
change
really
between
cool.
fire and lightning specialization.
That's cool.
Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace.
That's really
Or
cool.
perhaps you could have a full curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage. If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like, but creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system. You can get weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too. On the map you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might be a good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important elements of character progression,
but alright.
items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a 2nd mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a 3rd mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the ground that can be crafted into upgrades much more frequently. As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor. If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this Glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items. Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your passive skills. Take advantage of this system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes. And of course, some uniques are just pure hits of dopamine, like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. and as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available. Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character.
Okay.
As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage, and going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She literally has the ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
That's really cool, actually.
On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about
the Chronomancer is like really cool.
With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease. With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage. As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile. With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack, but be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy. Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison. She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies.
Those big 2-hander hits look really satisfying. I agree.
Contagious
it does look really
Contamination
cool.
allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by.
Like the combat looks really good right
her
now.
To move
like,
much more quickly while
looks
firing,
really polished.
While Relentless Pursuit makes
The
her
feel of
totally
it.
immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows, you'll take damage. Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage.
Going Ranger or
Monk who is in
Mercenary,
tune
probably.
with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder to specialize in cold or lightning.
Monk looks pretty cool
And
though.
I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain Unbound Fury. When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch
The
Hunter.
helmet looks really cool though.
Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against
Sorry,
enemies
I didn't
can
change
deal
the
up to
whatchamacallit
30% of their life and damage,
on YouTube.
if you're lucky. This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh. Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots.
Really?
Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you socket more and more support gems. Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character. So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing we haven't talked about yet is how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2
Hard
requires
for me to choose
completion
between
of
like
one of the
a
great
ranger
trials,
and
which you'll find as you
mercenary.
progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of the Sekimas, a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different. Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial. In the Trial of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need to find another coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to make sure that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed. Which challenges would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim?
I kind of agree.
Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, entering this room will afflict you with Spiked Shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to take care if you choose such a path. There are many different challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly traps, waves of monsters.
I think Diamond said it best. Diamond Sky said it
strange
best.
artifacts will test your
There's
honor.
only 6 people who on Earth who enjoy
As you
Diablo and
progress,
Path
you'll
of
be
Exile
able
for
to
what they
gain
were rather than
boons from
talking
the
shit
djinn,
about them.
which
Yeah, I
will
know.
help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's cloak will revive you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find
It's
is
like you're weird
Sacred
if you
Water,
like both.
an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
It sounds like a cool gauntlet.
Having defeated the boss, you've earned the right to ascend.
I really
First,
like the way the
root.
game actually looks.
The keys you have found may be used to open the various
I'm really
treasures
impressed
in
with
the vault
how
at the end of the floor. We only have a single
well
bronze key,
they've
so we'll just have to
done
open
like the
one of these
polish
small
in terms
chests.
of just the game world
If you want
and
to
the
open the better
combat.
ones, you'll need silver or gold
It's
keys.
leagues better than what
Let's
it was
use the
in,
Altar of Ascendancy.
and Path of,
Your
or the
first
original Path of
ascension will
Exile.
allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Secomers, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Secomers is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension
Just
points
based
with
with
just
the
one,
Druid
or
series
mix and
insane.
match them. It's up
I
to
mean,
you.
it is.
For
They played
early
like the
access, we'll
early
have 2
copies of the
trials as
game.
options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy
Look
the
at that.
odds? Before you begin
That's
each
rough.
chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice.
Hey, he looks cool.
Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Okay.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming. There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as elevators full of monsters descend to attack you. Should you be able
like
to get
that
through the first
a
3
lot.
chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After
Also
defeating
like
the
that.
boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Secomers, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame. So how about we talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins.
Obviously.
Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough endgame content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2, people don't feel that way. And we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player.
Just for a
This is already
update.
a pretty significant
There will be,
campaign.
yeah.
On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For
Very
new
good
players,
idea.
A 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and
Very
around
good decision,
400
yeah.
monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards.
That's
You can
actually
kind
cool.
of think of it as
That's
like
cool.
a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame. But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that
I wish
can
his
only
mic
be
was
gained from that content.
A little bit better
We're
quality.
going to be adding a lot more over time.
Like
but
there's
for
death
Path
in
of
his
Exile
voice,
2,
but
we decided to
that
start
mic
with
isn't really
7
doing
distinct
injustice at
systems
all
you
for
can
him.
progress through. This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions. Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in which the Vaal research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare
Melee really has
enemies
some
in
like
it. Once you
some
have
beef
done
to
that,
it.
the area will be marked as completed, and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are different types of strong boxes containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can optimize the content. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
I like that a lot.
This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items. Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclast, and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
I like that I like a lot.
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking. Some sections of your Atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations.
In Breath of the Wild.
You may have noticed while looking at the Atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding. These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The points here will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the endgame systems, Breach. If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open
really
and
cool.
drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains. In addition, like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often, you will find multiple towers near to each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to rarely juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods. You can also find Breach Rings, a special base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach Rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition, each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing Breach monsters, you may find Breach Splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a Breach Stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your Breachstone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
How many times bro say breach?
And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
I'm really just enjoying just the vibe of the game. It does look good. No search mode?
One of the pinnacle encounters of
I have a search mode.
We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All of these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these points will make breaches and the breach domain even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds. Defeating Zesht at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Breakfast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mods you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Cool. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Azmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity. A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist you travel, the stronger the monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium. Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree. Next up, we have Expedition. Occasionally while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding.
That's really cool. I
Danig,
like that.
Rog, Tujin,
I
and
like that a
Gwynn
lot.
will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas tree. So those are the endgame systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging brooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
The trap stuff.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so it's possible to gain a lot of power here. There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run. The Trial of Chaos also extends into the
hitless run?
As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Vaal style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Is there any way to
even
reroll that
modify
though?
uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization.
Gotcha.
Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes. Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber-Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key to get in. To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when Early Access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of Ogham supporter pack contains a cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment which has an alternate variant
really cool
depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Veil of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
Aw, adorable.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Zweihander
Holy
to
will
apply
packs,
to your
yeah.
one-handed or two-handed swords. For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Paragon supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want.
That's kind of cool.
The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradon's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradon, then you definitely need your trusty moving entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect, the King of the Faradon Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and back attachment themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress.
They're about to make so much money off of this.
You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1.
Kind of like that little like spear.
That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find.
Thing.
It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin.
Oh, those daggers look hot.
You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item. When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt, but if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power, enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the Ancestral Canoe crafting bench, where Ancestral Chief Mata will summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick.
I mean, pretty much.
Once
at
one of
this
the
point,
most feared beings in
it's winter
Rayclast,
break for me,
Malachi
so
was slain by a powerful exile.
December.
May the statue commemorate the virtue of exiles past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of boats that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout. Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races?
Some races.
You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it.
Cool. I'm not gonna lie.
As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form.
That's cool.
Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance crossbow skin, the Justice flail skin, and the Redemption shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history, the battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin and Innocence, the exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community
really cool collector's
in designing
item.
game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order foil reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with Ziggy D.
How much of a break do we have between? So, I guess let me turn it down until they get to the next part. So, oh, quick, never mind.
To the post-show discussion and Q&A. I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already cooking a new Ascendancy class.
Yeah, for sure. We've got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah. Absolutely. There's been a few fun moments here already. But I'm your host, Ziggy D, and I'm joined by Jonathan and Mark to talk about everything you've seen.
Look at that bromance. They're sitting the exact same way. All three
we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access that people didn't feel like it was just, limping
limping along and kind of, just like a minimum amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, there is enough content.
They're offering a lot for early access. I'm actually
was certainly a mission
really impressed with that.
Yeah, I did
good-
come
that's-
here
that's- that's a
expecting
great
that
thing.
there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's in-game is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is, a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered in-game, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile in-game. So that's kind of what we have to make sure of. So we kind of said, okay, well, what is the minimum number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that you feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
I definitely feel like a lot of games nowadays release, and their campaign's intact and real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very important moment for us when we were like, hold on, that's the wrong thing to do. Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden, 100 times bigger with an infinite.
It does make it
content,
easier,
right?
when
it was definitely hard though because
the original game, Path of Exile, has so much in-game content.
We would have
you can kind of piggyback off of that.
all these acts in if we hadn't have changed directions.
Because
To actually say,
does really
we're going
well
to specifically
going into Path of
not
Exile too.
finish this content that we'll be working on. That we it's like pins down.
There's no reason to change
we're
that
stopping
because
work on this. We're going to move over to in-game because it's actually more important. That was certainly a hard one.
That would have been some whiplash there, I imagine.
For sure. Well, I mean, it's like suddenly the whole, environment art team, it's like, they're all just like, whatever you're working on, just scrap. You don't want to scrap, but, just stop it. we're
been refining systems for 10 years,
Especially for a lot of the developers.
Yeah, keep using it.
You've got to also think, a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for, what is it now, 6 years?
I think it's even longer, actually.
Yeah, it's just this epic journey, whereas none of them, a lot of these people haven't been working on Path of Exile 1 this whole time, so some of us are like, we're just churning out in-game with every league and doing all of that, but for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over, but everyone embraced it.
But they're bringing back the
we
same
talked about
content.
it, everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and
if it ain't broke,
coming out real awesome, so...
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you.
You know the same.
So even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just info dumping all of the end game. You're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm getting dopamine just from hearing about it. I haven't even seen anything yet. But do you guys feel like you're competing against yourselves a little bit here? Because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to end game in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch with just nothing in terms of end game now.
Absolutely. I mean, I mean, if you're not competing with yourself, then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep, absolutely.
Pretty
well, as I
exciting.
said, I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So, we have to make sure that they also feel like, they've got a game for both them and for all the new players we hope to bring to the genre.
And
I hope that works out for
them.
them.
All those different axes as well. Like
Hopefully
just having
that
right?
does work
You'll get
out for them.
a lot of content can be immediately divisive, right? Obviously, that's the nature of it. That's how it goes, right? And so you have all of these different avenues because there are different players who like different types of content. So if you're just like, here's your one end game system, well, immediately then there is a portion of players who are just like, I don't want this, right? And so having all of these options is like ultra key, and that is what Path of Exile 1 has taught us. And again, it's like, I'd say lessons learned, for the genre, and it is expanding in other games and stuff, but certainly, as you said, competing with ourselves, yes, PoE 1 has like, 40 axes, and we've got 7 really good ones here.
Because
and
it's
obviously
PoE
more to come.
player base responding
but
to
7 is a
PoE2
lot,
about how
mind you.
D2 players respond to
Especially when it's all
D3.
people have to learn a lot of things again. It's going to be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content.
Yeah.
It's like we're having, we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know because like you never know what people are going to find
we'll
in terms
see.
of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it'll take people
I did speak
a while
about that
be able to work
about a
out,
month
but,
ago.
you never know. Maybe end of day one, people just be like, oh yeah,
Melee
easy,
versus
no problem,
Ultimate.
mate. Could be what it's like.
Monster Hunter Generations versus Monster Hunter World.
I saw like a solo self found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez. Okay. We got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So, but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A
There's stuff to
relearning
learn.
period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forwards, like as to what it's going to be? Because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. It was just we're just updating the character rigs, and over time, it kind of feature creeped into a proper sequel. But the thing that we were saying is, whenever we were talking about it, and I guess this is the main thing, is that we're like, okay, when we make an area here, it needs to be that there's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, we just took this area and modified it slightly. Each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about that like, fit in with the world. And it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, power in terms of design motivations and philosophy and stuff within the company, you get things like the super uniques, and PoE 1 did them, and it's just like, here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills. And I remember very, very, very early on in PoE 2, I'm like, I want every single boss to be memorable and a thing. I don't want a unique monster that's just like dies in 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and has a fancy name. And I remember, I even got some push.
Poor Caliph.
I remember getting some pushback at the time and thinking like, I love the bosses, my favorite part of everything. And so I was just like, man, I don't want this. This is just terrible. But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic. What have you done? Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out. And I'm like, we maybe just made 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those bosses are one of the main attraction pieces of the game, and
bosses do look cool.
Anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all goes. That's part of all the fun. But it is true that me pushing for that thing literally created thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, it certainly went from, what was it initially? Just resetting some character classes and new rigs or whatever into this like mega scale entire campaign. Yeah, everything. But
full standalone separate game. Yeah.
Fun other anecdote since we went out of that territory. It was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this pipe dream.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like, there were times way back in the original Office, there was all this like, sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a chimera. It's a multi-headed beast. And you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or was the last boss to finish in the entire Path of Exile 2 campaign right now.
It sounds like there was like some sort of emotional demon that you had to battle there, of like the legacy of the original idea, and you had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers where we're like, oh my god, it's happening, the Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, yeah, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. Yeah, it's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there, and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release, and I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE2 team who have, who, like they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing, and that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky actually about the fact, because we release content for PoE1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released. But honestly, like PoE2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything, like the whole frickin' thing right from the ground up again, it's like, wow, there's way more stuff there. And like there's even things like the passive tree where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take to get something like that to an actual releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day, but I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience for me here playing this time around as well, whereas before I was playing a very buggy kind of internal version of the game that was very experimental. Now playing almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still managed to blow the count up the elevator with some kind of knockback bug.
I wasn't going to mention that.
Yeah, we have to get that one.
I did send the Act 1 boss up an elevator with knockback. It was good.
Intended mechanic.
I thought it was pretty funny. Yeah. He was in his like big wolf form and kind of trapped in there, so just barking at me through the wood.
Hopefully I didn't miss anything.
It's good.
Too juicy.
I'm sure there's a few things to work out over this next 2 weeks. I hope the team can have a little bit of a rest for a day before they get back into it. Maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the end game focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And it seems like originally I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And obviously, it's also going to be the first time people are playing through a completely fresh campaign as well. I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. It should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them for a reasonable amount of time, and then sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea. Firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be something before launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively throughout the beta whenever we launch something significant, because we want to make sure that all of the effectively that people are able to play through. But that stuff will be merged into an early access league, and effectively after we go into full release, that league will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which all our economic sins will forevermore be archived in the in standard. So that's. No doubt what will happen.
Well, it's nice that it's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's the idea.
People will be able to kind of get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
There's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely, and I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about like the playing for a week or how long are we expecting?
Yeah.
Well, we also got to remember, and a lot of the PoE1 players will be thinking very differently to people who are obviously going to experience this as a new game, but it is a new game, right? You don't have all these predefined, hyper-refined builds to play to immediately, go through things. You don't have people coming in with like fully detailed 7 million line build guides of exactly what to do with what items. The discovery is going to be there. The discovery takes time, and the discovery is like honestly ultra fun for me. I love it. Now, those things will emerge after time. Of course they do. Completely fine. But you should remember, like, there's a lot of game to play here to discover, to learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the, end game systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this, I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace. See how you want to go. Learn at your own pace. That's the beauty of a new game as well, which we haven't been able to experience with Path of Exile 1, or other games and for so long, is actually discovering the entire world. And yeah, there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to I'm very excited to see people discovering the new things and getting so excited about it.
I can tell you're amped for watching people go through that discovery process. Maybe even diving in yourself 100%. I love sitting there in Path of Building, as many of us do, but I am very excited for that. That new discovery process for a while.
I think you were saying how much you were part spreadsheet. I think I was saying I'm like maybe 60% spreadsheet, 40% discovery, and that's my play archetype. So
coming up with our player profiles, Timmy spikes and things like that for both of Exile characters.
The discovery part of me is ultra excited, and I'll mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that is just so cool. So we're going to get a massive dose of that, and it is like genuinely exciting to just see how people are going to think, what's worth 1 chaos or what's worth 10 chaos, what's worth if chaos is even the metric.
Is chaos even the currency that people settle on?
We were arguing about this earlier.
I'm pretty sure that 1 C spam in chat might turn into 1 E, because 1 exalt, given that exalt is now...
I think it'll be chaos. Ad remove will still be...
People don't appreciate, by the way, so when we say we've increased up, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1. In PoE2, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't just like an idle,
I can see exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
I think actually
chaos
that will
being
be
the new divines.
I actually agree. But we'll see.
That's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Who even knows? The market will have to.
But I like that we're already arguing about this. It's good fun. So, do you have some kind of beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to?
We certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were, but now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, we have to look at it. So, I don't think it'll be any less than 6 months, and I think it could easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. 2025, I think, really want to be full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year that would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. We always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. We have to make sure that like all of the things, like we've got the difficulty right for all the players, we've got the economy right, like all the stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're gonna have to sort out. And so I kind of have a feeling that the first few weeks at least are gonna just be a scramble of like, oh crap, someone like worked this crazy thing out and we found this thing, and like that's always scary, because it's just when we add content to PoE1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. We have just the way support gems work and everything like that. So there's certainly a lot of worry that like there's just going to be builds that are like completely ridiculous that we just never anticipated, with combining certain things in different ways we don't expect. With hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is inevitable, right? Like there's nothing we can even do about it, because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies? Like, actually?
Yeah, that's absolutely. We have, we know what we want to do with
it's
all
a bit
that
unhinged.
stuff. It is a bit, but we like a challenge. I mean, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton for punishment with regard to just like mixing.
You totally could have done 6 and then like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. I mean, like as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just expansion content coming up pretty frequently. Just because we have all the stuff that we kind of got a lot of the way through. So there's stuff coming. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure. Like, I really want to get the Druid out. Like we announced it, we've talked about it. It's a lot of fun. I'm keen to get that out there as soon as we can. The Huntress we've talked a bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think will be we'll be able to move
real quick
towards those pretty quick. There's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been. It's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, or adding certain content where there maybe the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this or something. So if you're planning, then you're going to be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer. And where we like to remain very, very dynamic and like, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy, because especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise, you're never going to seem like you're doing what people want, and what are you doing if not that?
So that actually is a good point. Like, I was going to ask, what do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also key to shaping the game in the future. Like, an actual beta, it's not just early access.
I think one of the most important things, I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like, okay, everything we make is shipping.
People are seeing this.
Like, get back into this. People are seeing, like actually getting back into that, and like being able to sort of see directly, like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really, like, that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously, before we released PoE1, it wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company. We are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like, that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that again, for everyone in the studio, so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than 3 months away. Is going to think be really, really good for us again. I look forward to just being able to do that, because these long term, like really long term things, like that span over years. It's like you go so long without proper feedback, like stuff kind of gets made, and then like it's not really in a real game, and so it doesn't get
probably
tested
lose
properly.
Perspective,
and you absolutely lose perspective on this stuff. So I think that that's just going to be a really great to get back to that again.
I honestly, as you said, it is early access, it is a beta period, and I'd say, personally speaking, the thing that, and we mentioned it briefly about the character balance and the builds that are broken and all that, that's obviously pretty useful to me, right?
Yep.
Plus we have other systems in there like, the checkpointing system, right? You have to kill the boss in one life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like, the end game system is a little bit less forgiving in that if you die, you fail the map, right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game, like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback and from the players and us just, reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C, we'll find option C, we'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because, like, the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of, like, if things are difficult, it's not too easy to know if you've tilted one way or the other. So, finding what everyone agrees should be the common corrected difficulty is something that I will obviously be paying very, very, very close attention to.
It's a pretty hard thing to nail down when you are making the game. And so we've seen that a lot where you folks have been pretty willing to change and then rechange and rechange again some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals. And you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then?
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent. Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was that? No, I think we haven't. Yeah. I think it's way better than it was. Like it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just like just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one, and like various things like that. Like all that stuff actually was like just a weirdly large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. And then even at end game, I don't think it was really that satisfying either, because you ended up with like, just like having to press all these buttons all the time, and obviously it's all utility flasks that people are using at end game. And then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, it's like there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that you no longer, the game is making that decision of like, that stuff will be automated. You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best, the best out of your character. And I think that is definitely a step in the right direction. And the other thing as well is it actually makes the crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, people want instant recovery and things like that, but like but like now it's like it's much more meaningful. Like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant or do I want way more life, like that kind of stuff actually can be a lot more meaningful once you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll jump ahead to flasks since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or if we solve another way, what does it do? You
can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way because we really don't want. Because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to like the feeling of like I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine. But I think the system as it works now it's a lot easier.
So it does sound like on the mana side of things, then that there are going to be multiple angles of solving mana,
Of
not
course.
necessarily.
Yeah. So we've got Leech edition number 475 of how it works, and we've finally got it right this time. You know, I think it works. So I think it's good. So I think that Leech will be more common.
I'm not gonna have to like crack out the Leech diagram showing the different buckets and things like that.
I was saying, I think that Leech might be. No, I was going to say Leech is one of the topics in the studio that has wasted the most designer time of anything in the history. But I actually don't think it's that. I think the actual worst offender is what stats should Dex give you. I think that is like that one has wasted there's so many arguments about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore. Like we know about the Leech one,
but no one is happy about giving accuracy. But no one has a better idea than what accuracy that it can give. And then, like everyone's going to come up with like in chat I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know, it can give this or this whatever. But there's like yeah, seriously, there's been endless arguments about that topic. It's outrageous.
Yeah. You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
I mean, speed would be good, but then that's probably too much.
Something like Dex, you just can't.
Dex stacking speed.
We can get all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. But we'll just have it out again. We'll just have it out again.
The longest Q&A of all time.
Yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Yeah.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, and you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
what about?
But then accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing dexterity.
Yeah.
So go home. Just make it accuracy again.
Exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every time.
This is okay.
Yeah.
Rewinding a little bit, we can't forget our roots with Path of Exile 1, of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah, there absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but yeah, as I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff. But everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league, and you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project, is that you know, you've always had that thing of like you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because,
funnily enough,
you know, it's just like it's all that stuff is then you know, is like coming up soon. So, but we'll see how it goes. But yeah, we need to get that PoE 1 expansion out next.
Yeah, obviously, you know, I just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this game.
Yep.
Obviously, we pivoted to end-game, and then that needed more resources. And then, of course, combined with the fact that, you know, things obviously change. There are unpredictable things in the environment we can't necessarily guarantee. And then, of course, you have, you know, Christmas coming up and all of that, right? There's so many variables to consider, but we also don't know how much time is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds how many of the uniques are broken? How many, you know, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time. But once you release, you have a
bugs
a
are obviously going to be
so to speak, where more like a
thing.
period of extreme amounts.
I'm curious
of fire,
to see how they like
where we're putting out fires everywhere.
How to tackle it and how fast they tackle it.
We have a period where we're fixing everything. You get everything stable, and then we're going to be like, all right, let's recalibrate, figure everything out, and what is our plan,
the game's
and
massive,
then establish all of that, based also on the feedback we get from that, you know, period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's going to be bad, but that is the inevitability. Is there's always problems.
Hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective, but there's always going to be like, oh my god, people found this, and you know, like
we don't have to see all the fires.
Yeah.
I like that they're very transparent about it because it is what it is.
Exploit before people even hear about it. Yeah. And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we're obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept, but it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, then it's like you're kind of okay because you know no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look. We have several bosses with several elevators. How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say a fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators. Like, that's not okay.
I am liking my mercenary flashbang knockback is very fun.
Right. Yeah, you need to look into that, by the way. The whole flashbang.
I feel like you're going to nerf my build.
Yeah.
Is this when he's
Stay away from my
finding fires
grenader.
already?
Yeah.
No, these are the fun things. Discovering that stuff can be very fun for the players. It's just internally, it's like, oh no, what are we doing? It can get a little bit panicky after release, you know, and it you know, there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, you know, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
I do like that they're really transparent with that.
Torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 2 league launch, PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you know, you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both teams.
choose.
Yeah.
So we saw a cinematic, to put it lightly. It was that was quite epic, and I know has been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level.
Absolutely.
It's better than the PR train stuff.
Yeah,
stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah,
I got more.
Really
I'm gonna talk more about that
in PoE 2 is
when we
much
get
better than what it
towards
was
the end of
PoE
this.
1.
I noticed
like,
something,
you know, there's
but
a lot more kind of, I guess, like that kind of like stuff with the introductions to boss fights and the outros and things like that. Like all that stuff, we've just got a lot more storytelling going in. All of those things. We do have the intro cutscene. There's also kind of like light, like between the acts. There's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes, just kind of establish things. And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, unfortunately. Later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that like I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end. And so effectively we want to make sure that is not the case this time around, that people really are able to absorb things.
That's
But
me.
one thing I will say though,
That was
is that
me
it's ultra important
years
to us
ago.
that we don't break the feeling
I
that,
had no
like,
idea.
when you're playing a second time that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second
Yeah,
time.
we were talking about this this morning. About
Yeah.
You don't take the control out of the player's
Exactly.
hands.
So yeah, I'm a personally a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene, immediately it feels way more annoying. Like, because there's just this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure, when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like, you know, like that can be cool. But then if you're like you're playing through the, you know, second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to just be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything. So yeah, like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that, you know, because ultimately, you know, we're a game you expect people to play through many times. So ideally, we can kind of deliver both the situation where the first time you play through it, it feels like an amazing story that you're getting, that you're taking seriously, that you're understanding, that you know, there's like all those sort of touch points and you know, little you know, things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, you know, without having to talk to someone about it first. So you know, that kind of stuff is really important, just to make the, you know, that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and
yes,
encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're
yeah,
allowed to cheat this quest.
Effectively, yeah. So effectively, there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows is needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
Yeah, like if you know you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out, log in, waypoint, right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, you know, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, were able to effectively rise again. And you killed a bunch of them, but there are more, you know, in the world. And effectively, we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall, but effectively, obviously, someone here, the Count is wanting to harness the power of the beast once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who is saying, no, don't do this. This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep doing this?
Yeah.
But I would.
If someone handed you a mysterious orb, wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Exactly.
What's inside?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to try, but who knows how many hours it's going to take me.
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the Great Wolf obviously being
so you went out there,
Ismite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Ismite and raised and so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Ismite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is good.
He looked so chastised when he came back in, but that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact story-wise.
So, with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. So the acolyte of, I always get this name wrong. The acolyte of is it Chalula? Chayula. I always say this wrong. The acolyte of Chayula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks, where there's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chayula. So, and they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chayula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Like because I think a lot of that stuff inspires interesting mechanics as well. So for example, on that one, you put that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the
tonight/tomorrow.
That stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration.
I want to make sure
there.
that I play through all the stuff first before I have to make the updates.
For that stuff.
There's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and you ascend to Chronomancer and you then go to fight that boss, if you, for example, try to use Time Freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me, and has a dialogue line, and if you cast Temporal Chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that, but there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
We've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior, was an orphan. He was brought up by actually one of the NPCs in Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole different dialogue there because he's effectively his adopted son. We've got things like that. There's a lot of thought that's gone into just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with the world. They didn't just come into existence the moment that you.
There's other little things. So like more on the narrative side, obviously we saw the world map. You have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore, find, and awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a kind of little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards. And, we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did, whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of
history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's all I care. I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want, like, the things happening around me that, like, build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean,
I agree.
That's how we almost designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character. Yeah. That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like all of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like. With our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the, there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes in you.
Absolutely. We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing it from their veins and sending out a fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool, which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off-class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class. Yeah. So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note, I know I was definitely confused. I know people were definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like watching the Sekima trial and being like, "Oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again?" But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like, how do you ascend?
Yeah. So effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points. Like if you do it at certain level breakpoints, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the Trial of the Chaos God with to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. If you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like, it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So we want to have something for all those people too.
There's these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean,
just
you're clearly leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
For sure.
And now you're like separating
Spicier, but
trees
divisive.
and having
I like
these
that.
things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them and drip feed yourself smaller progression if you want.
And there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there, for example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the Radius jewels, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sekima.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and we've changed a lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. Anyway, the point being, of course, and Val Orbs drop in the world as well, and if you want a larger dose of Val Orbs, and you don't want to trade, feel free to run some ultimatums. Thing is, because they're all item generated keys as well, it's not like you have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you can buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold. So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
And that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this, and
absolutely,
so you don't want to trade that away.
Effectively,
So. How, on the ascendancies and the trials, how hard do you foresee getting your ascendancy to be while leveling? Do you expect people to fail out and attempt these things multiple times? And what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this. The trial.
It is important to know that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
So pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry. You can't. But, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard, though. Like, it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss fight.
You came by right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how is he so fast?
This isn't the PoE 2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
It was good. It was good fun. I quite liked it. I mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that is fun.
100%.
So you've got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
and your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be fully mitigated and everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
and then with Ultimatum, and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps in
that-
Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
There will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the crew are in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the crew ascend is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past, and how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now, we're just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh, it'd be so cool if you ascend in Ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. Secret. I know what I'm not going to say. Don't worry.
Okay. Keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Val orbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus 1 socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get.
Duncan. I didn't even know there was a drop. I don't really care about the
whereas
drop.
runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just.
I'm just curious about
mods that you would
the
expect to
game.
find
Resists and things
just resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively, the soul cores is is kind of the more
Guess you're welcome. I didn't even know.
socketables that you might want to be using, and obviously being able to get plus 1 socket. I mean, it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand, there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step there.
It's they are Val orbs are more forgiving though.
They are,
But if you think about we talked about enchantment. Yeah, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like, it's just life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you've got your 3 damage mods, and you've got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But
Just
no,
tell, he was all for it. Okay,
it didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. Ooh. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being, or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items. That is, I think,
corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Yeah, effectively, it's divining them, but with higher maximums and lower minimums.
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
We'll find out.
Cross that bridge when it comes to it. Yeah,
it's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves? How are they cooking?
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the class we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
Something that isn't just like. If you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist, and you can go like champion or slayer or holy words I don't remember, but you know the drill. And the gladiator. And the problem is like, okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all sound cool. Like, don't get me wrong, and they can be cool, and they do have differences, but there's nothing that's like kind of crazy.
I don't know.
So all of a sudden now, when you're like, sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. It's a little bit more crazy, and you got the mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like, mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there, and then one thing that's more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope. For example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics, and we've tried to make them like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility, that kind of crazy, for the Johnny players, as we call it, out there, who want to just completely experiment and figure out, the most broken, weird stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a ranger, and I'm using a Quill Rain in one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and in my second weapon set I'm using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows, or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad, and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the mercenary is entirely just about gem slots, skills, support, etc. There's no, you don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine. Yeah, and you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
Sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well, at least if we're doing our job right, that should be the case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got a lot of choices. Originally the plan was to like have all of the PoE 1 ascendancies available, and it was some sort of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards, but is it all just being
I think it's more
redone at this point?
At this point, At this point, they'll just be different, right? Like originally, way back when, we were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over. But at this point, that wouldn't even be good enough because like it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So I mean, look, we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
I mean, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work. It's just way better to look at it and go, here's all the things we want. So, like when you only have now the life and mana flask and stuff, it could obviously things don't work quite the same. But then now you have the charm system, and all of a sudden, if
I
you
actually
did
do wonder
that,
if Pathfinder would be cool with that.
Exactly,
about stacking charms.
So it's just here are 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic. We can skip over the flasks and trinkets as we did cover that very well. So moving into skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like, wait, we haven't even talked about like skills here. so much for us to discover over the course of this beta. How has the list of skills been shaping up overall?
I mean, it's certainly getting there. I mean, look, there are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like, there are still going to be some more skills coming later on as well for these classes, because there are more skills that we got just about there and didn't quite make it. And like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need, like it sort of seems very easy when you we need 22, 23, 24 number of skills, something like that, and it seems like that's not so many and you kind of design them, but when you actually come up with all of the things, the way they interact together, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports that you can actually even recommend to people to be able to do. Then you need things like the passive tree support for all of them. You need to have all of the stuff with like the buff gems for each character class as well. You need to be thinking about uniques for the type of that can work with these things. It's just like there's so many different elements to actually make skills work, and once again, it's another area I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and it does take to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. That's been a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with. But when it actually came down to actually getting to actually finish something, it just ended up being too much. Now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. There's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, how that works. That requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. Like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. It was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly, but that was also because we are making all these cool systems to all these changes to all these systems, which are having like immense benefits as well. So, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that as much as you can't play them on day 0, some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is, well, when you click that All Gems tab when you're doing an uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in there, but you initially kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go look at the elemental skills? And then I find Flame Wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level, because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly. So that's like all of a sudden I'm like, oh, well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
you absolutely
that's actually a very cool mercenary vibe.
I think that's really cool too as well.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill.
I saw that
and
too.
when I saw it, I was like, oh man,
like,
it's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer. I was like, so I was throwing my gas grenades, which you can blow up with your explosive grenades, but then I was throwing it at a boss that was doing burning ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
so
and
my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because the some of the stuff that can happen between classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Like how much co-op have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like and Mark's like,
but to find all those,
I'm the support character player. Now I'm like freezing, armor breaking, putting down clouds, slow. You know, I'm like, holy, there's just a lot going on all of a sudden. I'm not just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like you're like. I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group, and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing that skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, you know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting 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 ting.
Armor explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have some other thing, and you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that.
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain, spamming lightning rods everywhere, and.
Yeah,
and Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had about 15 abuse cases, and
I mean that's historically accurate.
Yeah, true.
Kinetic blast, Frostwalls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. I play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because not a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing it's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer, and I'm of the like, you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like
builds.
You get a situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
like you're supposed to be making game, not hiding your good
I
builds.
legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But maybe it's fine. I just wanted them to check.
Well, that's the thing. No, that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? You know, and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice, rather than actually requiring like, I have to find this combo of items and things like that. So that's a much different story.
But no, we've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last month. It's like coming in a lot because as the systems and everything's kind of stabilizing, you start to get a lot more of that, and people are understanding what the difficulties meant to be and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be making the decision of like, where is this going to go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is it requires a lot more support gems to exist, because you only have one on your character. You need tons of them, and like you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even like. There needs to be, in order to have choice, you can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of like, where do I put my model projectiles? Where do I put my pierce? Where do I put, like, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And, I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that it just had to happen. So it was
arguably, if you need to, like, if you end up in a situation where you I have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing: it is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice, because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick 100%. The one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean, the great thing is now it's completely reasonable to have a skill in your character that you just use occasionally, right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader, and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock setup. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that
do.
occasionally when you face something that's got heavy armor, you know?
Yeah.
But it's like,
exactly.
It's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable. And that situational stuff, I think, just makes the game way more interesting.
It's really feeding into the flavor of the Mercenary, is like
actually
this
like
prepared
that too.
kind of fighter who has all these tools at their disposal as well. Like, you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But yeah, look, we might decide to bring that theme back and in a reward system later.
Yeah,
or
I
something
think
like
for
that.
Val skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure.
Like
but I think the Transfigured thing is also interesting. Like, if you're looking to be able to, like, the reason why Transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make, still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like, we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have / are going to end up with?
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think, when we announced like what the full game would have, we said 240. And I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than that.
Yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes. So I think that means that there's going to be a lot more than that.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's even if you discount for those, it's
I know. That's a lot.
Because even
you got what, like,
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math in my head. But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. And so you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills.
It's just the kind of
like you don't get them via a
like
skill
discussing the game.
So like we're talking about all these ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skill things on them. And like
it's rather long, but it's actually
there's a staff one. Exactly. We're not even counting that, right? Like because the staff one scepters have skills built in. And then those are like that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those. Probably.
No idea.
Yeah, I mean.
Like if you add them all up,
I don't know who remembers all these things.
I know, but there's no one has counted recently. But there's a bunch.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with skills.
It's
true.
tons.
Yeah,
it's tons.
Yeah. And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's wild because I remember you did the thing with default attack where you can support that now.
Yep, you can support default attack, and you can support.
What do you mean, Doomers?
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep, it's So that you're going to end up with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised when I was like,
any of the forms really.
Additional
any game
anymore.
anymore.
Herald of Ice, and it like provides a buff to my character. I can like add buffs through support gems.
Well, you know why that is though, because those things like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend. So like, damn, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really difficult.
I like that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
So yeah, it's that actually means it's actually nice because part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
People already complain about
Thanks for the invisible aura.
I mean, you're going to always have those negative Nancy's no matter what, man.
Very good teasers.
People will find some way to complain about
new
something.
3D art for uniques and stuff like that. Have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way?
And again, like I said, I haven't really played much of that. So for me,
now thing about
for me, this is
it'll work the same
kind
way
of coming into like a
but obviously skin transfer
mostly be
I
won't say brand new experience, but
that's gonna make people
it might as well be for the amount of time I've actually played the game, right?
So yeah,
so for me, all this is going to feel rather new.
So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement.
Somebody who's played 10,000 hours.
So just as like an overview.
But for me, this
so
is
we
like
have
a bunch of new toys, and I'm like,
versions just for beta launch.
Yeah, I want to play. Like, hey, I'm going to do that. I want to do this. So that sounds cool.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the two.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So like for me, this is like
fully farmable
Christmas in a sense in terms of action RPGs. In terms
they don't have trees, but they do have versions of sometimes. So you got the relics and
we get to do that. Oh, that happens with this
sequel, and then
the
Trial of Chaos. You have the inscribed ultimatums have mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that, which is alleged to be the Trial Master, then you
alleged,
then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the.
I'm kind of curious to see how Ben
you can make of like put up
Ben's take on it, because Ben is
and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to in game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. You don't like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too. Like,
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3
First
roguelike
ever class
dungeons. I would
goes
say there'll be
first.
3 trials.
Most likely
that have
Ranger
various
or
mechanics that
Mercenary.
could be
Monk was pretty
but
dope too.
then of course you've got
But,
the
my archetype is always ranged.
Kind of
usually,
what I guess would say sort of.
naturally, I'm gonna
we actually need a
gravitate
name for
to-
what are we calling the
that
things that are icons on the
first.
on
because they
the
were
Atlas.
called leagues, but they're not really
Yeah,
leagues.
it doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just refer to them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we need to come up with a
we
name for
probably
that.
have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then
That's
the
something
kind
I
of,
wanna
guess
say,
what you
but,
would say
like,
is the pinnacle of
I
the
kinda
kind of
still
boss
wanna keep
hunting
listening
thing is
to
the,
what
you know,
this-
you've got the
this is.
cities with the lieutenants and
But
then the
this
Uber-Hack
is
bosses,
going on
and then
for a
above that you
while.
have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it,
Which is fine, 'cause I mean, this is
private,
the
before.
demo, like, game demo.
Yeah, that's
There's a lot to
that one's
talk
gonna be
about.
that one's gonna be hard.
So I get it.
Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
Yeah, it's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
Yeah. It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that,
That's
of course,
true.
then you
Like
get the
a coffee
increase
break
in
in the
difficulties,
death
and then
stream.
it's like,
That's
okay,
true.
now try it again, but way harder, and then there's 4 levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system like that.
So yeah, like apart from the trials, the in-game trials, everything has like its own distinct passive tree, and
It's like lagging. Is that the
progression
stream or is
through
that
them
me?
is also by doing them.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So we really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate points for a certain piece of content, and then you feel like you can't do the other content because you're kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE 1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them, and you can either do like just all on one for a while, or you can just like do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it, you can make progress on your character. I should say in your league for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is of course for the whole league, not just for a single character.
Yeah, and previously we used the Atlas tree.
It was a good day for
very
action
much so
RPGs.
to make sure
I
that
agree.
we were doing the type of content that we wanted
Obviously,
to do.
PoE2 was the
now
much
it's not
bigger
so much about
announcement,
finding the
but
content, that's what the tablets
makes
are
sense
for.
because you're
Now
announcing
it's more about
another
improving
game,
your
like a
ability
whole
to
entire another game versus like
sustain
D4
effectively. Like
with
you're
the
going to
season
want to have those
and,
points to sort of get sustainability for the next level.
balance changes. Obviously, there's
we want to make
a
sure
lot
that there is
less to talk
sustain if
about
you're doing,
because it's just
engaging with those mechanics
seasonal
well.
content.
Yeah.
For
But
sure.
effectively, you do have to actually like to get sustain at higher difficulties.
But lots of
you
good
will need to
things
be able to,
are
be making smart choices in terms of allocating and like
Yeah, I
using
mean,
the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff.
I'm
it
really
is part of
excited
that story
to
of all of that.
hopefully
So,
be able to
yeah,
kind of
that's
bounce between
that's
both
kind of the main
games.
thing that-
Yeah, this idea of
and
like
not really
sustaining
have
the
any
content
dead
you wanna do by
periods.
doing it is
Because every
a little
every
different to
league
how it's been in Imperial
and
all the time,
seasons,
where it's
you know,
like,
you're
you have
gonna
to
have
fuel it
like
by going back to maps. To,
Right.
delve juice
I mean,
or
you're
whatever.
still doing maps ultimately,
Yeah,
in terms
or
of
whatever
like
like that,
but
where
yeah,
there's
but
going to be like
effectively,
some
as long as you're doing
downtime
the
towards like
content
the
that
middle
you,
toward the
that
middle
you-
to the end
that you want to do
of any
you
season
should-
really,
and as well,
this is
and
how
making it
action
harder.
RPGs go. So,
so your build
hope I
has to
can
be good
kind
enough to be able to
go
able to
between
sustain
the
it as well.
two.
Then you will be able to sustain that
That's
stuff.
the ideal
like if you want
situation
every
as a
single map to have a
content
breach in
creator.
it, that's absolutely doable by using the tablets correctly.
Yeah, so the
Yeah,
Atlas
that's
passive
what
trees
I've been
or
kind of
trees
looking
for
for. I
each
was hoping D3 would fill
distinct
that
types of
void, but
content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily.
Yeah,
now.
it hasn't.
Yes, absolutely.
Unfortunately.
And what does I saw like on
And Last
the
Epoch really didn't really do it for me in that sense either. So like,
breach nodes, it said like increase
at
difficulty.
least not to the
What does
extent
mean?
that I would have.
It's
Would've
somewhat
liked.
arbitrary and asymmetric, but
Mm-hmm.
it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually
bridge, burn
change the
what
boss's
bridge?
skills and how they work.
Oh, wow.
Generally, that will increase like the level of the area,
Stream is
right? As you
lagging,
get the
though.
general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally.
I'm generally just feeling the vibe.
Yeah, so
Like, I'm really feeling the
small
vibe
nodes
of,
will increase
of
difficulty
PoE2
of
and
the
like
meta
what
content,
they're doing.
whereas the notables will increase the reward.
They already
of
kind of
the
had me
map
hooked with the
content.
gameplay. You guys already
but
know
when
how
I
I
say
feel about
difficulty,
gameplay,
that
like
is
combat and
reward as
gameplay
well.
like
So,
that.
an example
looks so
of how
like
this
it looks
works
so
is,
sick.
like,
The movement looks very
let's say
clean.
the boss has 6 uniques it
for
can
range
drop, or 5
classes.
or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty
or
0.
even melee
Then
classes too.
at,
Like
say,
it looks very smooth.
difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level.
I hope
rarity.
it plays the way that
you know,
it looks.
Now, also that
I'm
when
hoping.
I say rarity, also do note rarity does increase
excited
the
about it.
grade of items, not just
that's wild.
making them yellow or orange. It does make them
Because Burner
better
Vision get
yellows
that.
or
If the
better
time
or-
comes
no,
that
not
you
better
somehow have to
orange.
choose between them.
Um,
I don't really see why I need to choose
other things
between
about items than just the rarity.
different
Yes.
games that I like to play.
And so, yeah, when I talk about just getting rarity
the
here,
main reason
I
why I
don't
play
want people
D4
to,
as lot
players
as
in
I do is
particular to
because
think,
there really
they're
aren't
just going to
any
go from yellow to more
many other
yellow.
games that I can kind of time sync to
So anyway,
that
and
will be kind of worth
maybe
it.
the next tier will add a unique to
in
the
the
pool,
off seasons. Like
a
I mean,
more,
they're fun. Don't get me wrong, but like
what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one,
my
can do
audience as
more
well,
rarity, something else maybe
won't
introduce a
necessarily
different
transfer
unique,
over to
perhaps,
like a fighting
and then the
game
last
or,
difficulty introduces
or a
something ideally,
maybe a roguelike that I might
you
like to
know,
play with like that. But
without
action
giving away exact
RPGs,
specifics
my
of them, more in the
audience
line
understands
of
and
a
knows.
modular
It's kind of
unique
easier to go
item,
between
say,
different
like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and
different
Flame
action
from Day One.
RPGs
So
than it is
a
to go
unique
from
item
like an action
that
RPG to a
is,
different game.
like,
So I just haven't found a
ideally very
second
powerful,
game
very chase,
or a third game that
but has a lot of different combinations.
hooks
Watcher's
me
Eye is
in
another good
between,
example,
if that
right?
makes sense.
So
That's my
a
favorites.
new series
That's
of
an action
is a good
RPG.
example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty, so you can be getting these like farming for these extremely good, powerful, unique items. But of course, you have the thing if you're never ready for it. If you try,
yeah,
you're like, oh, this is too hard.
Yeah, there
you
is
can
some
always
there
just respect the
for sure.
notes.
There
You can
is a
unspec
little
them
bit of
away
crossover
and,
there.
then not,
You're
you know,
right.
like just effectively decide like I've got these points, but I'm not. I want to go back and do this later. And so that ability to effectively configure the difficulty like that, I think, is.
So if you're maybe target farming one of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll
You're
do
only
that.
allowed to
I'll
play
do the difficulty stuff
in
later,
like one
and I'll
game at a
just
time
farm it
every
at this
if everyone
difficulty.
want
So
I think that's a much better
changes
way
your
than some of the systems we've used to scale in the past. And the nice thing is, of course, with difficulty is that we can effectively use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having like.
I'm gonna say this.
Because we could
I know
have
they're
been like,
still
oh,
kind
you know,
of
you
like
increase
talking.
difficulty is like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague
They-
about it, we can actually like specifically tailor.
They get to the point
difficulties
they
of the
they
different tiers,
mention
like, you know,
the
with
thing
more
that they mentioned, and then they kind of
Yeah,
just
there's,
kind of
like,
discuss that thing a bit
multiple
more.
projectile
But
thingy, has more projectiles.
Sure,
Right?
that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel.
I don't know if you guys are like
this particular
paying a lot of
function.
attention to like the thing I'm paying attention to.
Kind of discover
But
experimentally there as they progress.
listen to the way that
They're getting harder.
Mark and Jonathan, I think are their
It's
names.
gonna be different for
I don't really know.
different
I don't
players
really
too,
know
where,
them that well.
like,
So like
different
Mark and
builds
Jonathan,
can
listen to the way that they talk,
Potentially.
and that they
that's
they
an interesting question
interact
as well, I think,
and
where
how
much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct end game pieces of content at being like completable by the same build or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at
Actually,
certain
So
things?
this is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like the harder you make, the harder.
Come on. String buffering. So, like I said, what I mean, if both seasons are
With less
overlapping,
builds will
then
be
I will
considered
pick the game that
viable by
has
players
the more
because, effectively like a build's only viable if it
entertaining
can defeat,
season
like,
at that
you know,
point.
the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like that would be kind of the general perception. So
if
we
I
have to
like
be
the
really,
opposite,
like,
if I like both
actually don't know
games, let's say
necessarily what the
equally
right
or
answer
whatever.
here
Let's say I
is.
like
we
both.
Have the ability,
And I will
maybe we
probably
feel like we do, but
prioritize
I
the one that
don't
has a more interesting
I
season.
wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but
Right.
you know, I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here because what we'll
Or
see
league,
is like, you know,
sorry.
if we find
Season
that,
would be
like,
D4, league would be
you know,
Path of
there's
Exalted.
only,
So
like, some
whichever season or
particular
league
use
is
like only the most
I find more
stuff
interesting,
is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, then we might have to dial it back a
or
bit.
whatever. Yeah.
But it's going to
Or I guess in this case, you might look at it like, let's say,
to be able to pitch that
season
because we
8,
don't
for
have
instance.
The
Hypothetically, let's say Path of Exalted 2 is already out.
PoE1 to be able to, you know, to know kind of what.
Let's say there's like
what
no
is the
good
right
rogue
life
changes
value
at
to
all in
have
season 8
on a
or whatever.
difficulty
But
four
Path of
pinnacle
Exalted League's
boss.
coming
Like,
out and
how do
like
we
some really
even
cool
know that
changes
at
to
this point,
Ranger or
really,
something.
without, you know,
And I'd
That
probably
being said,
more
though, like, the
likely
bosses
to start
are a lot
that
more skill-based and
because
tactical, right? Like at
there's
the
more
end of the
interesting
day,
things to do.
The gear
the class
is
I like there
to some
versus the
degree
class I
necessary
like in
because
Diablo
no
4,
one
that
can
makes
really
sense.
make no mistake for some amount of time. You know, so you do have that thing thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like a lot
that's,
of these are
again,
like
if
very dodge roll
I
tactical,
end up liking,
or using certain skills or
both games
mitigation tactics or whatever.
At that time when they both come out, how I feel
hard,
about both games
for
when
sure.
I play them.
But I would say it is very.
Who knows where I might feel
a lot of skills
with Diablo 4 and Season 9, or what I might feel
when it
with
comes to some of these
PoE2 when
with
it
dodge
comes out.
rolling. Like I'm trying to emphasize that
I can
quite a bit.
predict, but
or blocking.
who really
if you
knows
want to
at
do
the
a
end of the
different way
day?
about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
Or another skill, like some sort of
dodge rolling.
Block,
using skills in the mix is fine, But I would say pretty generally you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get pretty
so
damn,
they're
you
repeating the
gear up
same
all
thing
way,
there.
and
Okay,
as long as you're
so
good enough,
here's what I'm
that
going
is
to talk
a way
about.
to defeat them. I would say
Notice
there's no
how
real hard
notice
requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there.
how they are talking about their game. I don't mean like the passion part of it. The passion part of it is obviously it's obvious. GGG has always been very likable, like the company itself, and the developers have always been likable by the audience. So that's nothing new. So listen to how they talk about the systems and what they've done and like the design part of it, and like when they kind of go like
for everyone, is it the same
like
across the league?
Back and forth between what they were working on and doing. They have quite a bit of freedom with what seems like little overhead with how they're designing and creating their game.
And
I noticed that back and forth between the talking about like you add that in there, how'd you get it past one dude, one guy, or like that. And it's like, oh, Microsoft, he just added it like that. They seem to have considerably less overhead and seem to have a lot more
at the same time it sort of
involvement with not just the game itself, but being able to make decisions like that on the fly.
To be able to have things like
which is a great thing because, of course, obviously, when a company like like a large company like buys you,
differences between
right, like Tencent is obviously a large, the second or third largest international gaming company, right?
So effectively, we wanted to try and make
obviously they're about profits. They want to make money. That's their bottom line. But what they seem to have done is that they left seemingly GGG alone mostly to do their own thing. And that's like the best situation you can be in.
You feel like you're exploring.
And like that makes me feel good listening to the stream and watching them like interact.
It's not just like
because it means that wow, these these guys are still in
but yet the content
have a lot of control over what they can do with their products. And whether you agree or disagree or not, that's very important for the direction of your game to be able to make those decisions and do those things on the fly without all that overhead.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes. Where like for example, you get more variables where you just have there are like 4 towers really. You got a tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that
is
range.
very. That's going to bode very well for them.
There are maps
to be able to do that. Not all companies like with the size of Tencent
the range is effectively
allows for such
how do I quantify this? Like say 350
what appears to be freedom. Like there's barely any like PR talk if you notice.
Up to like 50,
they just kind of freeform say what they want to say,
much more drastic range.
Which I bet feels great for them because they don't have to sit there and like give a PR answer or like a word salad. They can just say whatever they want to say, and that's almost whatever they want to say, and that's
good with Delirium.
That's important.
And some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters.
I will say this.
And
I do wish
so you probably want that with
other studios. I'm not talking about just like Blizzard or anything like that, but I do wish that other studios that are part of bigger companies or corporations, whether it is bought or taken up by Sony or Microsoft or
and you want to just combine
whatever,
all of this and obviously install them all and you corrupt them all.
Allows the studios to have this kind of freeform interaction,
and it's like
decision making of the game that these guys do.
Map to be many mechanic stacks to the point of craziness.
That's what's going to, in my opinion, and again, it's a prediction like that. In my opinion, that's going to make a game be able to have an extreme longevity and trust with your developers, because you're giving them more control to do what they need to do.
Exploration of the Atlas.
But like I said, that's the part that I noticed the most about this whole entire stream talk is that
effectively what you're going to be wanting to do is the towers
there's barely any PR
areas around, and then
answers or discussions.
The structure of the connections is quite open, so like you can beeline for things,
which says a lot.
well. Like if you you can certainly
it's not
see a
their
lot more
fault. It's not
maps
the
than what
other
we play,
company's
if you know
fault
what
that
I
they have PR
mean. Because
answers. It's not like they want to have like to be PR trained. It's just kind of is the way that it is, which is very unfortunate for any of the other companies, studios, or like that, developers or whatever.
It's like the next tower is just a
Kind
few
of
other maps
sucks.
away. Go to that tower, see the next.
But great for them.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Yeah,
into the
exactly.
fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D, kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly as you get away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be by the end of someone's league quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run yet.
Yeah, we have a few things. Like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special, more iconic things you find. But this we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there.
To me, the company trusts word of mouth from current
and so
customers based on the fact that
but they don't have
product. They don't
maps on them
even
anymore,
market it.
obviously shrinks
Well, I
that
think it's
whole
also
thing down substantially.
the fact that
it'll make the map stash.
Tencent realize that they don't need to do anything. They don't need to have their hands in it. They don't need to change it to be anything but what it is and still make money. And it's very rare that a company that size don't somehow have their hands in it to make sure that their investors get their money's worth.
You're
extremely
hunting
rare that that's the
You're hunting
case.
towers. You're hunting content. You're hunting.
But it's a smart move. That's what companies should do.
Leaders to
technically,
get the pinnacle.
Yeah. But
you're hunting unique maps. Very different thing for sure.
We're in the days right now where
and then the
shareholders basically make the shots or call the shots.
Just want good modifiers. There's
in
not
gaming.
really that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access. But we've taken it from the item and put it on.
Because remember, Blizzard used to be like that. You can forget the days where Blizzard didn't have that overhead and how good they used to be.
You're not instantly like finishing the campaign
when it was
grounded,
just them.
And now I'm in space. Like Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just thought about that. I was going to ask about that. So
even their interviews back then and how they did things and how they said things was very freeform as well.
We wanted to start with to actually at least.
I remember.
We'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually, but
not trying to make a comparison, but I'm just giving you
a bit more grounded initially.
Yes, so, you're on the planet.
What it is.
Right? You're
on the planet. That's like a good thing. We have become a sci-fi crazy, but yeah. You haven't got to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then, we were saying can we at least before we go to outer space, go to the moon first?
Pretty much, exactly.
There's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out.
Do I play D2 sometimes? Nah.
I feel like there's a delve but up league coming.
I didn't start D2 until D2 Resurrected, so I started way past this prime, basically.
That means the other three are not boss maps.
Yes.
What does a non-boss map look like? How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. They'll do a little marker just so
most old companies are awful these days.
Honestly,
I
wouldn't expect that to be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that
that's also a fair take.
Generally speaking, you want to clear
too.
the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops. And effectively, the only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you
games have pretty bad issues anymore.
So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way.
Ironically, that you say that because these guys actually came out and was very transparent about the fact that there's probably going to be quite a few things broken. And the early access for PoE 2 because there's so many things, so many systems, so many things that have to work together. They already came out and just said, yeah, there are going to be problems and issues. They didn't tiptoe around it. They legit just said it.
And you're like, yeah, this is fun. I'm like,
So I do hope that it does go well for them and that they can nick a lot of those things rather quickly, and they should be able to, considering again what it looks like they have a lot of control over their own game, which should bode well for them. But they legit said it earlier in the interview, like about an hour and a half ago, that it's like, yeah, just expect
if that's what you want to do now,
some quite a few jank things because who knows what people are going to find.
because obviously you can pick what content you're doing by exploring
you
around.
can chain
You're picking your pathing and your path.
Exactly. So effectively, if you want to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding,
they give you they give you a heads
too.
up, which is great.
What it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial. You get a lot of drops. That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, I don't know. Right, you mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, geez, did you do some design while I was looking?
See, geez, did you just do something else? Yeah. So like that conversation between them is like, oh, did you just add that and not say anything to me? Like, you see how much freedom it appears that they kind of have.
I do love that there's a boss hunting.
Like,
I'm
that's
super into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So
that feels good. Like if you're a fan
so effectively,
and you you're interested in this, that feels
great. For the
great.
core tree, there's a core tree that affects all mapping. That all of things like pack size, quant rarity, and you've got multiple keystones that can work together, and all can. So I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps. One plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree, and then you have a boss tree, and then obviously all the different league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one, goes up the chain.
But of certain tiers, like
at least tier 1, at least tier 2, at least tier 3.
This is the tier climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points for the Atlas.
At like maybe say the third one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss, and then later it's defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses generates.
It sounds way better for fresh starts. I'm not having to like go and get that estuary map that I missed or something. It's
for sure.
I'm just doing content.
But it is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot of
progression. And from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps, and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on.
And you can always.
You're not super happy for PoE 2. I tried to like PoE,
they
and I just
didn't.
Same with Last Pop. I didn't really too much care for Path of Exile either, but it's not that I didn't care about the systems, because I thought the systems were pretty well designed. I didn't care about the combat. So for me, the combat feel and vibe is extremely important.
They're basically the same.
It appears that they've done a lot of polish in PoE 2, which is making me excited to try it.
That can't have a boss.
And for sure,
we haven't done the one that would go.
But that's me though. Like, obviously, people go for different games for different reasons, but combat has always been the thing that drives me the most for like in an action RPG.
So I think that covers. Did I miss some things from? You've got like all the small.
The combat won't be one-shot boss kill.
Songboxes
Also exactly that too.
Initially, we actually had a design where
actually like more methodical.
Even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. Based, but we actually found that it meant that
gameplay / content
didn't kind of
or combat.
There was nothing random to find, so we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
is that sort of stuff on the core Atlas tree.
But your boyfriend is at this point begging you to play PoE 2 with him.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones.
Yeah, like I said, I see no reason not to try it. Not to at least try early access and kind of see what one person might think about it, or what you might think about it. Especially if you're a big fan of action RPGs. It's
the thing is the only reason
difficult to not want to give that a try, even if you didn't like Path of Exile or the original.
That's the reason why.
There's a reason why they're such a big name. He's got such a big name. So even if the style may or may not seem for you, or seem like the thing for you.
The Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition.
I would just urge anyone to just give it a try.
Is there another one that you're just both
or give it a shot?
Really keen to
if you like it,
cool.
You have something else good. Something else to play in the genre.
But I kind of got
if you don't, $30 down the drain.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and like doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
There's a lot, especially because there's a lot we can do with all this.
But in terms of hype,
monsters,
though,
new monsters, right? Like
from what
for
Thunder
example,
Eagle's
just take
saying, like in
Legion.
terms of
Legion had
hype,
all those 5
I
civilizations.
mean,
We've
I'm
now
always very
got
careful to
an
not overhype
entire
anything
new array of Vile monsters,
because it's
Vile
just like
bosses, etc. that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there.
Because
you know, heaps of stuff.
there's been so many
animation, and
times
the
in the
capacities
industry
are just like out of control. But then you've got incursion. We've got
so many, like actually so many games
awesome
that
vile
people
artwork
have
we can use there and make
overhyped.
that
Not put it that
awesome
way.
and nice.
And
New
it gets
corruption mechanics
sometimes
that
it
we
gets to
can
the point
extrapolate
where
on.
games just can't meet
you
that
should have a
level of
floating
hype.
Roof.
Like the hype is so massive
Small
that
floating
any
roof.
tiny little bit of
keeping with the theme of
disappointment
vacuum
or
cleaners.
something not going right
Look,
will end up like
standing in the
imploding on
mistakes
the
were
game.
made. Now we have minimum like that,
And
that's
it's just
a world
like-
where you had
Vacuum
super
cleaners?
uniques with one
So-
or two skills.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I don't.
I'm looking
there's only
forward
so
to
much
it.
you can
Don't get
do
me
with a
wrong,
floating
but I'm
roof.
not like living every
So,
single
right,
day
and then,
counting down the
I don't know,
hours
even
or
like
or
Bestiary
like
coming back
you know
with something
going to all the
because we've got
social
these, like,
forums,
awesome
you know,
bosses, way
talking
grander
about
in
it or
scale, and you can do
know,
these
saying
more
how
grand
much
hunts for
is,
them as
how
opposed
good
to
it's
just
something's
like,
gonna
I'm
be.
like an
I don't do that for
obsidian,
any
there's a rare
product.
spider, you know. You can just get way more
Hell,
epic and way
coming from
more,
Diablo 3, I didn't even do
you
that
know,
for Diablo
involved
4
and with all the new
actually.
art and so much
Right?
stuff to like.
I just generally
that's,
don't
like,
do that.
hunting big beasts and
'Cause
preparing
it's
for
just-
them and tracking them.
No.
That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action to that.
But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
All right.
So when it comes, it
Well,
comes.
that's
I'll
what to
play
look
it.
forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already.
hoping I have a great
adding to
time.
The beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but
Yeah.
there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like
Oh, yeah.
we've got
So there's
you know
stuff coming,
yeah,
don't
there's
worry.
stuff coming along. It's just
Wow.
a question of like when we actually get
That's
there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit because you've done a lot there, and it's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting in Path of Exile 2 compared to Path of Exile 1? Kind of noting that you've really kind of stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, and then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base.
But I do
scale
think
and
Nika's
items
gonna,
and
like,
has
has a
all
has
the
a
stuff to
point.
kind of make it so that
Something he
as
said
you find
earlier.
new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing in your cemented in your mind of like, this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt. How can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. There's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped item
Exactly,
as well.
exactly. So that stuff has just, I think, opened up a huge amount there. And it also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game
Thanks
of
to
like,
remove the Orber Scouring.
I'm just going to click again.
I saw
and
a comment you made
crafting section
earlier,
is no
Thomas
longer
Breer. I
really
actually
the
forgot
meta.
to
Spam re-rolling.
Yeah,
speak
exactly.
about it. So
Like
Ace of
everything
Spades
kind of is
picked
something
the
you want to be able
Druid
to use.
D4
You
doesn't.
are still reforging.
I mean, the Druid
and
D4
metacrafting.
dev.
Oh yeah, yeah. We've still got stuff
Doesn't
like
want to
that,
speak with
right? You've
him
got nulls and you've got
because he would
but
ask
that
me
stuff
questions
is
like,
higher up, like
why did he
that's kind
buff
of more
Radies
of a later
by
game
20%?
thing. Yeah, exactly. Because you
To
have
be
think about
honest,
it after each time, like, will I
like,
improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
So
Ace of
yeah, there's
Spades
stuff to
can
do
come
there.
off
like, like the
pretty,
metacrafting that Odins can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduced that stuff later on, and
What's
so
that word
effectively
I'm
we want to,
without, like-
I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels to make sure that everyone's able to do
kind
that
of like
stuff,
Kneel
while having the
before
more
me,
advanced
I'm
stuff being
God
kind of a little bit
type.
later.
We certainly had a goal
complex.
at one point where I was like, we're talking with 3
And
like,
I don't think
if every
not a lot of
time
people
Alpha Whites
tend
or
to
getting
want to
started
associate
play, I'm like, if I am not
with
seeing and hearing about
that
people
type
using
of
exalts
mentality.
during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them.
Um,
and so we ended up, like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have.
Don't get me
like,
wrong.
over,
I mean,
like, 8 to 10 times the amount. Of
outside
currency
of that,
dropping,
I think he's a cool
you
guy.
know, and there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things like
some things I think you probably shouldn't have like maybe posted on YouTube, like
and stuff,
how to exploit
that as well now.
Especially as a Diablo partner
like
that doesn't
incentivized to
go well. That doesn't sit well.
There's heaps of awesome stuff around there, but we're actually now finding people are exalting
and attempting to manipulate the market on purpose to deceive a lot of people and make a bunch of gold. Doesn't make you look good either. Sometimes he's a very talented player, obviously in other games as well.
Is like a thing that
but
you're doing. Often,
I'm just saying, like,
and like enjoy, and like when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience.
You did not like that Blizzard made him with it. Well, I mean, but it's in the thing. Like you,
maybe 6 or
you
7
know
goals.
this. You know you're not supposed to do that.
One blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and
that's just
crafted it up to
common knowledge of being in the program itself. You can.
I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it, and I took that to 6 properties
So, I mean,
with multiple damage.
can't be
mods,
mad
and
about that.
Each time that power was going up, and
he was just trying to take advantage of the situation, and as a content creator, I get it.
Which was actually kind of interesting
but,
because I don't know if that's intentional.
If you are a part of something that doesn't allow that, then you have to make the choice to not do said thing.
Yep. So that I could then put my.
But he's not wrong. He's not wrong in terms of like the whole like
yeah,
some of the buffs are obviously questionable. I'd be a little upset with it too as well, right?
We want to make sure that like if you don't have enough of those, like so generally speaking, it's like you're going to want to keep like.
But like
once you
the
get
way he
more
comes
than,
across
like,
can
transmutes, then you
make
stop
people not necessarily want to work with you.
And the same thing can be true also for Regals.
There's a reason why I get to talk to Adam Jackson quite a bit.
Stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over.
That's probably saying a lot right now, but I get to speak with some of the devs sometimes, like.
And the same is true
almost like on like a one-on-one basis. Because I don't really just give them my opinions. I talk about the class as a whole from what I see from my communities, and give a synopsis about how everyone feels, not how I just feel.
For people to have the ability to
just worded in a way that
to get that stuff when they need it, and so it's nice that
useful
all
to
that
them.
really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and. Is now way easier to get, and that solved a problem that we
in his
had,
opinion, he needs to post it so he can get attention. But
people were saying
we knew the exploit was known before he posted the video.
When they needed to,
because we posted about the exploit and the bug report in the Discord.
To be like, okay, if I need a bunch of fire,
we knew about it before he made the video, so that's complete BS.
I can use to do this stuff. So that
like 100% BS.
Huge amount, I think, of solving those.
They already knew before the video was out. Was already out.
To confirm how
Adam Jackson left Blizzard. No, he didn't.
Exactly. So we went through so many iterations of bench stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI. Like there was tons of wasted time there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were
absolutely
making,
did not.
It's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with. And then the designers were very unhappy, or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with, and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got
like
a system where like
you might be a fan of him, and that's cool.
How the balance
I'm just saying,
like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad.
The personality sometimes can be rather.
I myself, honestly, was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed.
Even if you are really good at
then at some point, we actually the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb. Like it was designed.
See, I'm saying like I mean I'm just
at some point I don't know who.
I wish he would come across a different way. I'll put it that way. I wish he was a little more professional.
Thought of it? Okay, yeah. So
he's not wrong about his
idea,
assessment
hey,
of
what
stuff.
if we just put sockets,
his opinions on like
an early game,
some of the game things, and like obviously the Druid class and a lot of things in the game like are not wrong by any means.
Solving the remedial crafting problem. And so then suddenly, as soon as we
it's
do
how
that,
it's the how is
I'm happy. Players are happy. Everyone's happy. So that means we have
I mean it's the how that gets you
and get
your stuff heard. Sometimes
that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was, or maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it. Firstly, and
I get you. Then there you go.
Problem fixing,
for sure.
Like I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in
Watching
different ways.
playing Tornado. I actually want to play Tornado.
The first two things,
a little bit.
The customization.
That was like the first skill I thought was interesting on Druid when I first saw Druid D4. That was like the first skill I thought that was interesting, like way back in like the beta.
Kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more.
Then I saw Shred and I'm like, I like that. But Shred was never good outside of that bug, so it was just kind of unfortunate.
So effectively moved all that stuff around. And essences, of course, yes, of course. So essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods. So because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff. And then
I think I might have to take off pretty soon because this is going on for a lot longer than I was
that
Anticipating it
is, I
would.
think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of
Everybody-
course, as we
More
add
stuff
more
like that,
things.
PoE2,
so,
PoE2,
yeah.
PoE2,
So I was like, I was worried that
even
some of the
Rob,
changes are making my move us
PoE2,
away from some of
even
the,
Mr. Llama,
like, deep, impactful
PoE2.
crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing like
Diablo
powerful
4,
meta crafting
actually.
and
or I guess
the
he's in the
ability to make,
category. I
like,
don't know
a
if
really
he's
good item.
watching.
But you're also
wrong
making sure
category? I don't
that
know.
like the physical item itself that you find.
And I got
matters
other people
more.
I watch for different games.
And I mean, like
Diablo.
the more
That's
subtle.
what it's all about, right?
There's so much
Enjoy
more
stuff?
going on. I think just like clever things we've
But
done.
the
with
number,
with
like the
item
viewers
system as
drop
well.
off a
One of
ton.
the things I love.
I'm guessing
we
that
did
people kind of
is
already
we've made
got
it so
the.
that so we've got blue
You know,
and
once the
yellow
the
chests
demo
you can find
reveal is
now.
over, I think
And we've
the
changed the
questionnaire.
world
Guess people just
generation
like,
so
all right,
that
well,
if a dead end is generated,
I saw what I want to
chance
see.
that you get a rare
You know,
chest
you
there
either
is-
love it
is-
or
is-
you
is
hate
way
it, which I
higher.
doubt
So
many people
effectively, if a
really
rare
hate it,
chest will
but you either
spawn in the
love
area,
it
then
or
we'll
you just
choose
kind of
dead
meh.
ends first to go there.
You feel better
And then
about
people
that.
kinda just-
Yeah,
It's
effectively.
a
So like that
big
means
thing.
that we effectively mean that like
This number used to be
makes
like
the
almost
world feel
200,000 at
as
one
far as
point.
item drops go, that like like it feels intentional, right? Like I went down this into this dead end room.
Something got
but look,
more
there
a
was a
little
rare
bit.
chest
I
there, so I feel
agree.
happy about it. You know, like that
I was
kind of
trying to
thing
stay
is
interested as
is
someone
really
who's
cool.
like doesn't know much about Path of Exile, so I was trying to like
there's also the way that
learn things
so we'll
as
allude
someone
to it a
who's
few times, but
you know
the way that
practically
rarity now
new
works,
to the
where
game
the
ish.
mods get better as rarity
But
increases,
I couldn't.
and also things like the you get better currency rather than just
Yeah, once Shroud
it
they
means we don't
switched
have
off,
to
they
have,
lost
like,
like
spam of items
20,000
like crazy.
viewers.
Like you actually feel like
Well, I mean, but this is like the mainstream
the
though, like
to
the
a boss
actual
and drops into a
mainstream itself, like
as
almost
opposed
had
to
like
just lots of shit.
180 to
So,
200,000
you know,
like viewers on like the actual
that's-
stream,
I'm a
the
big
actual
fan
Path of
it.
Exile
I
stream.
think it's a
That's
lot
what I
of
meant.
fun. But it does mean though, of course, if you're a
But you're not
PvP
wrong on that
player
too.
And you see a boss kill, like the number of like the
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pause this and kind of like put my music on and whatnot because I do have things to do, and I was trying to stream tonight, but I might not be able to because of running overtime here. We'll see if I do stream it, but like really late though, like late stream. So just be aware of that. But anyways, as a Diablo 4 player who knows very little about Path of Exile, I'm excited for what I see. One of the coolest things about this in general, for me, honestly, is watching these guys interact because it tells me how much freedom they have to make choices that they need to make over their game. And that makes me that makes me, as someone who's interested in their game, feel very confident about playing their game. Now, whether or not I enjoy it when I do play is obviously another thing. You know, the demo videos are going to always look good. You know, no matter what gaming company releases, the demo videos is going to always look good, right? You know, some companies do amazing trailers and amazing whatevers, and then the gameplay comes in and you're just kind of like, oh, in a sense, right? Obviously, a lot of what they did is also gameplay. Let me also hit follow there, so I'm not there for that. So obviously, when you do gameplay demos and stuff like that, you're going to showcase a bunch of different things, but every game is going to develop into a meta where, you know, the top few things are going to be the best, and like, how is that going to feel going forward? You know, we can say there's a bunch of things that are going to work, or you can build 400 or 500 different ways. Realistically speaking, at the end of the day, there's going to be, you know, a few right ways, quote unquote, to do it that's going to overtrump a lot of other ways. As the meta develops, whether that's because of a bug or unintended interactions that are left in the game, etc., it'll be up to them to figure out how many builds do they want to continue to be effective, or are they okay with whatever the meta ends up being once the game has matured, obviously, you know, after launch and through time. So like, how the game really feels and plays is going to be based off of what that meta is. I mean, we can look back at either like Path of Exile, right? Like, you can use Path of Exile 1 as an example, right? Like, when they had their gameplay trailer and they came out with whatever, like, you look at Path of Exile now versus those gameplay demos, and it's way different. It looks way different, right? Like, obviously they added so much to the game since then, let's be honest, for real, like that, but the pacing and everything is way different than what was shown, right? Naturally. So, we'll kind of see how that develops as time goes on, because every game's gonna have a minute. So hopefully, you know, for people who like the game, that the meta is gonna be fun for people to play. Overall, that it remains the philosophy that they wanted for the game, which I hope it does, because I like what they're showcasing and what they're doing. So I'm excited for it. I hope it does well. I like Matt and Jonathan a lot. I love their interactions. I love their, them not having to be PR slaves. It makes for a much better viewing of a live stream for sure. And with that being said, like I said, I will be playing it, so I will buy the starter pack for $30 to get into early access. So I will play on December 6th, right, along with everyone else. I will be looking for you guys' help, because obviously for those who have played PoE for a lot more than I have, which is, I would say probably a chunk of y'all. I would need some assistance on understanding some things, because obviously, noob here, right? But I'll do my best to not embarrass myself as I play through the game and stuff like that. So cool. I mean, like Thomas said earlier, I think today was a good day for action RPGs in general. Obviously, Path of Exile had a much bigger reveal with the new game than just seasonal content for Diablo 4 with some small changes. But regardless of what camp you're in, if you like D4, if you like Path of Exile, I think today was a good day in general. I would say the D4 campfire actually surprised me in a good way. After the last campfire, I was very disappointed, you guys know. So some of the stuff that's introduced in the new today's campfire for D4 surprised me in a good way. I'm still on the fence with the whole. I'm on the fence. I still would have liked for them to either mention, maybe they have it in the patch notes next week or whatever like that. I'm concerned that they may not have made any changes to their in-game content stuff, because they didn't mention anything. So I'm a little anti-venom, but because it's already fixed. Anti-venom is already fixed already. They fixed it like last night-ish, early morning. Hot fix. But yeah, I think not showcasing, and again, it might be in patch notes, I don't know, but I think not talking about possibilities of changes to Infernal Horrors, not making, talking about changes to Cuirass Undercity or Dark Citadel, or for God's sakes, the Pit. Man, that needs some updating big time, right? Like, concerns me that they didn't speak anything about any of that. Again, I'm hoping maybe it's in the patch notes and they just, for whatever strange reason, just didn't mention it in the campfire for whatever odd reason. But that doesn't make me feel good right now, because you can have all this cool stuff, right? Like, all the cool stuff that they mentioned in the campfire, but if I have to do it again in the current state of the content that we have, aka pits and the way that content is, then it kind of takes away a bit of the fun out of the grind, because stuff needs fixing in those contents. So it's great that Shadow Clone is, getting buff and it actually does damage now. It's great that ultimate skills are getting, awesome things, and Shadow Imbuement seems like it's actually becoming like, a reality and stuff. Rogue's got more than one slide this time in the campfire, right? Those are all great. But I also need the content to evolve as well alongside the balance changes and stuff that they're doing. No jump on couches, yes, very big, very big. Armory was a very big W too. But the content needs improvement as well. You can't ignore that. And I'm hoping they didn't. But like I said, there's not much. You said they're in trouble, not gonna lie. I don't really think so. At least I'll put it this way. Path of Exile 2 is not going to kill out D4. I know you're going to see a lot of fanboyism on that on that front. If it was the other way around, I wouldn't say it either. If anything, this gives players something else to do whenever they're bored of a different game. Or Path of Exile 2 could be their main game, and then when the league is drying up, which, let's be honest, every single action RPG, also including Path of Exile 2, you're gonna get to a point in the league where you're just kind of done with the grind. You know, after about a month in, or 3 weeks to a month in, you're kind of done with the grind, waiting for the next league. You know, and then you play something else, right? D4 isn't gonna die out because of Path of Exile 2. But what will happen, which is what I do hope to happen, is that Path of Exile release is so good that it pressures the investors and the shareholders who, whatever not strange reason, for those who are so concerned about restricting budget or, you know, not letting, you know, the devs make the changes they really want to make, let them do what they need to do to make the game better. Whether that's bug fixing or whatever, stash tasks, for crying out loud. I hope it really pressures the higher ups in D4, because the moment that they feel like they're losing any sort of money at all, then obviously changes are going to happen from the top, which hopefully trickles down to a better product for us as consumers in general. But it won't die. D4 is not going to die out. Everyone said the same thing about WoW for like the longest time. It's like, oh, I'm so tired of playing WoW. You know, this new MMO comes out. There's going to be this. There's going to be that. Yo, you check this other MMO. Like, man, how many years have we heard that? how many years have we heard that? How many years have we heard? You know, or I don't say how many years, but you know, how many games came out that people were talking about? Oh, you know, this is Overwatch killer. Anything trying to kill any Blizzard product, the brand is just too strong. Whether or not the brand is doing well or not, the brand is just too strong. You're going to have enough casuals that are going to prop up the game no matter what, and just come in and play and kill things and log off, who don't care about the things that we might discuss here or care about. So it's not going to die off. Does it mean that D4 will be in a good state or doing good during around that time? Well, no, not necessarily, but it's not going to just die. You see what I'm saying? The graveyard of first-person shooters that was supposedly going to kill Call of Duty is a mile long. Yeah, see, exactly. It's the same things, man. It doesn't mean that it's a great product. It just means that Call of Duty is Call of Duty, and it's going to remain Call of Duty, whether it's doing well or not. The shooters you're not going to be able to kill it. You might have other alternatives that you play that you really like, but Call of Duty ain't going nowhere, man. Call of Duty's not going anywhere. WoW is not going anywhere. Diablo games in general is not going anywhere. Hell, Diablo Immortal is still afloat, doing actually pretty well in terms of the profit margin, whether or not people's insights of it or people play it that, you know, in this audience, you know, might feel differently. But actually Diablo Immortal is actually doing still going on pretty okay at the moment, right? You know what I'm saying? Diablo is just a brand that's just not going to just die off. The devs have to kill it. Like, Diablo has to kill itself. And when I mean by kill it, I don't mean like a few bad seasons or, you know, or a few bad campfires or I'm legit just talking about just pulling the plug. Like completely. Like, you know, like going to everybody's PC and like legit just blowing up their PC one by one. Like, it needs to be something massive scale for it to just die off completely on its own, and they have to do it. I remember what's going on, and at times, sometimes it does kind of feel that way, right? Sometimes it does feel like, you know, with some decisions that they're killing their own game. I say probably about half the life of D4. I've kind of felt that way. But it's still taking again. You know, apparently, it's had some good seasons. Season 4, season 5 were definite improvements to the game. Did I start at Diablo 3? Yeah. I played Diablo 3 at launch, and basically that was my main game for a while. Call of Duty won't be on Game Pass, COD on Game Pass. With that being said, though, like I said, no fanboyism here. I try to be as objective as I possibly can, and whatnot. Like, as you guys know, I've never trashed Path of Exile. As someone who plays Diablo games, I always thought Path of Exile was a good game. I've said it every single time. Like, I just said I personally just didn't like the combat. So I personally didn't play it, but I never knocked on it. Right? So I'm gonna obviously remain the same way when it comes to Path of Exile 2. We'll kind of see what I like about it. Combat's looking real strong at the moment. So just saying, I trust WWE in the Necropolis League. Yes, I'm not gonna do all that, right? But I'm excited for it, and I'm excited for PoE players who are also excited for the content. But of course, you're gonna have your haters, right? Like, what, doomers, I guess you could say. I guess is what Thomas kind of called them. Again, I'm kind of a new player, so for me, this excites me. I can't relate to the doomers at all, honestly. I'm not saying their point is invalid or valid. I'm just saying I can't relate because I'm not an OG, right? I'm not an OG at all, so I just can't relate to it, and that's just being honest. Don't really know what. Actually, probably not even. You know what? I'll rate Milky BK. We'll go to Milky BK. He's cool peeps. But yeah, it's looking like I'm gonna be pretty busy, or get to be busy. Hopefully, stay busy. I hate having downtime or down periods where I feel like I can't really do much as a content creator because of the genre that I'm in, where most of my content is. That excites me too. But enjoy Milky BK. I may or may not be on tonight because I do have a lot to get happen, or a lot to get done. Do I know what happened to know Eric Carr? The name sounds very familiar to me. I'm bad with names. I'm great with faces, but I'm terrible with names. That sounds very familiar to me. Why does that sound familiar to me? Oh yeah, okay. I was wondering. I'm like, yo, that name sounds very. Yeah. Oh, EMC. Yeah, okay. I know you're talking about. Yeah, I watch most of his videos. I'll put it that way. I know of Eric Carr. We weren't on the line at the same time though, so I didn't get a chance to play with him. But I know of him. Yeah. I knew I was like, man, I know that name. His videos are very over the top and they're fun. They're fun to watch. All right, enjoy Milky BK. Like I said, I may or may not be on tonight because I have a lot of work to do. If I do come on, it'll be like late. So just be aware of that. But enjoy Milky. And as always, till next time.